Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of council. For the consent agenda, you have 4 items. The first one is approval of the regular meeting minutes for December 4th. The second one is approval of city council workshop meeting for December 18th. The third is the approval of closed session minutes for December the 18th. And you have it laying on your desk in this yellow copy. We'll take that up after the meeting. And then the final item is approval of an amendment to the fee schedule for the fire department. We had a current standby firefighter at 3 hours minimum at $70 per hour. We needed to add a standby firefighter inspector for 3 hours minimum at $40 per hour. That's the new fee that would be requested to go with the fee schedule. And that's due to the Belmont Fire Department partnering with the police department for their third party contracted vendor that actually handles scheduling off-duty police and fire officials. So we need to add more and more salary line item for that. And that'd be the 4 items, and I'll take any questions.
All right, are there any questions regarding any items on the consent agenda? No. That was fairly short consent agenda. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and move into our commencement. I will call the meeting to order. With that, Jim, would you mind leading us in the invocation? Sure.
Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the blessings you bestowed on us in 2023. We ask that you bless this city and council in 2024, including our new member, Kathryn Lewis. We ask that you continue to bestow your blessings, grace, and mercy on our city and our residents in the year 2024. And we ask all these things in your name. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, looks like next we're moving into recognitions and acknowledgements, beginning with the Police Department Annual Awards. Court is Chief Falls leading us with this.
Mayor and Council, I'm before you to present some awards to some very deserving police officers and a couple of other people as well, one of our civilians. A few years ago, we formed an awards committee where we actually every month we vote on like Officer of the Month, and then we do accommodations for people or officers who go above and beyond the call of duty. We have like a ballot box, and with that, we don't. The administrators and everybody like me, Assistant Chief, Captains, and 2 lieutenants, we're not involved in that at all. So everyone that's getting an award tonight is someone who got an award who was nominated by the peers. We didn't have a part in that. But I'm fortunate enough to come up and present them because all of these people and all the officers as well that are not being presented an award do an amazing job. But these in particular are the officers who did an amazing job all year, and their peers recognize them for the totality of the whole year. So I'll just get started. So the first one that I have is an accommodation. Before I get into the actual award ceremony for that, but I have an accommodation for Corporal Kristen Wilson. Will you come up? Corporal Kristen Wilson, the award is accommodation for leadership, dedication, diligence, and outstanding performance in assisting the Belmont Abbey College by identifying a suspect in a sexual assault case which resulted in an arrest. Corporal Wilson continues to go above and beyond the call of duty and maintains a high standard of excellence at the Belmont Police Department. So thank you for your service. award goes to Adriana Compton, Officer Adriana Compton. Will you come up? This award's for dedication, leadership, and diligence for outstanding performance being selected on the probably don't need it either. Being selected on the Gastonia Police Department Regional Special Weapons and Tactics Team, SWAT team, and continues to perform her duties with a high level of professionalism. Officer Compton continues to go above and beyond the call of duty and maintains a high standard of excellence at the Beaumont Police Department. Before I give her this award, I want to tell you a little bit about Officer Compton. Officer Compton has been with the Beaumont Police Department for about 1 year and 5 months. She is a United States Marine Corps veteran, highly decorated, I'd say. In her short time at the Beaumont Police Department, she's not only tried out for the regional SWAT team, she made the SWAT team. She's one of the first females to be on the team. And I can say from personal experience of being on the SWAT team in Gastonia that even in my best shape of my life, it was still quite a feat to make the team. So congratulations, that's a big accomplishment. I believe she did it without breaking a sweat. That's what I was. Congratulations. Thank you. The next award I have is for Civilian of the Award. Ronnie, will you come up? The Civilian of the Award was awarded to Ronnie Williams for leadership, dedication, diligence, and outstanding performance in keeping the department clean and sanitized. Ronnie always displays a positive attitude towards others and continues to maintain a high standard of excellence at the Beaumont Police Department. Ronnie's been at the police department or at the city since 2005, so he's very dedicated. He's good at what he does, and he aims to please. If we tell him we need something done, he don't ask questions. He gets it done. So he's a very valuable asset to our police department and to the city. The next one's for Sergeant Tyler Miller, and he's not here, but I do want to at least recognize him and just tell you a little bit about him. He's actually sick with Krug's already. Sergeant Miller has been with the police department for 7 years, is a United States Navy veteran, and he has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and awarded his intermediate law enforcement certificate. Tyler is currently assigned to Patrol Division. He's a sergeant on patrol. So I want to recognize him as well, even though he's not here. The next award I have is for Detective Tyler Busby, and this award's for Officer of the Year. Detective Busby Award for leadership, dedication, diligence, and outstanding performance for continuing to maintain the Beaumont Forensics Lab while performing multiple duties as a detective. Detective Busby continues to go above and beyond the call of duty and maintains a high standard of excellence at the Beaumont Police Department. Detective Busby is also, he's not on here, but he's also a member of the bomb team for the Gastonia. He is also the police department's digital forensic investigator and a member of the ICAC, International or Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. He's also a member of the North Carolina Secretary of State Counterfeiting Trademark Task Force. And with this award, not only does it come with the certificate, but he also gets this medal to put on his uniform as well. And as you can see by his uniform, he has a couple already. So he's very deserving, and congratulations.
See the mayor and council and take pictures of the police officers.
Yeah, if y'all don't mind, y'all like to come out front. Don't, I forgot to give this to you. I got all these nerves. They come up here, y'all come up here front.
You guys wait first. Smile. All right.
Roll Tide.
I'll do it again. Every year, the Main Street DPA program gives out a volunteer of the award and board member of the year award. This is a volunteer-driven program. I think you see the fruits of the labor from all the volunteerism from the many volunteers that put on events and meetings and does a lot for the betterment of our downtown community. And so we have, instead of 2 winners, we actually had a tie for our board member of the year award. And so our board members actually nominate and volunteers and board members, and they also vote on the winners. And so these are recognized by their peers. So a little bit about the award. Each year, instead of doing a traditional plaque, we like to get with an artist to create something special, something that will be very meaningful for them. So we really like to give a piece of public art. And so the meaning behind this year's award is a piece of blown glass, and it's a splash. So we've talked about making a splash in the community, and everything that we've done this year really made a splash. And so that's kind of the meaning behind the artwork. And so we actually gave out our 3 awards at our Main Street Board Christmas party. But I wanted to bring one in tonight so they could have a picture with you. So we're going to call out the 3 winners, and you can come up, and then we'll do one group picture to save us some time. Our Main Street Volunteer of the Year award this year went to Crystal Rushing. So Crystal, do you want to come on up, please? Crystal serves on our Promotion and Design Committee. Last year, Crystal made a huge splash with helping promote our downtown events with installing her Card My Yard signs. So if you've driven through downtown and seen these really great elaborate signs in Stowe Park promoting all of our events, that was thanks to Crystal. She has her business, Card My Yard signs, and so she did that for a whole year free of charge to us. Crystal and her husband Daniel volunteered at all of our downtown events, but made the biggest splash in coming up with the name Soundtracks for our newly created Soundtracks Music Festival. So thanks to Crystal serving on our Promotions and Design Committee. So moving on to our Board Member of the Year award, this is, we had a tie this year between Jennifer Church and Amy Bossard. So Amy and Jennifer, please come on up. Jennifer Church is in her first term as our Main Street DPA Board and serves as the Board Chair. She serves as the Chair of the Promotions Committee and serves on all the other committees. Jennifer makes a splash every month because there are not too many meetings within the city of Belmont or Gaston County that Jennifer is not in attendance representing Belmont Main Street and or the DPDA. Jennifer's biggest splash this year was her leadership in developing our Soundtracks Music Festival, where she single-handedly brought in $25,000 in sponsorships, which really made the event happen because she emailed all of her friends and contacts at all the meetings that she attends every month. And so because of her efforts in bringing in the sponsorship money, that really made our soundtracks very profitable. Amy Bossard is in her second term now, serving on the Main Street DPA Board, and she also serves as the chair of the Design Committee. Amy makes a big splash every year, obviously, because she develops and sponsors events for our four-legged fur babies, such as Halloween. We don't want to leave out our fur babies, right, Amy? But Amy's biggest splash this year was her contributions in starting, managing, and growing the new Belmont's Farmers Market that happens about every Thursday in downtown, which brought a lot of people into downtown Belmont. So thank you, Crystal, Jennifer, and Amy for being great volunteers and making a big splash in downtown Belmont this past year. So get a picture with the three of you, council members, the y'all hold this in the middle.
Do you want a picture first before we?
No, we want all councilmen. Come on in.
All right, Jim, you got
Jim,
it.
no, Jim, you're.
What's the guy switch? At this time, I'll make a motion to set the agenda.
All right, we have a motion to set the agenda. Is a second? Then we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Okay, agenda is set. Thank you. Just a quick note, just on behalf of the city, I would like to just express my thanks to the volunteers, Main Street, and our police personnel who received their recognition awards tonight. Thank you very much. All right, moving on, we have an organizational meeting. Item B1, we're going to have the oath administered to Kathryn McKinney-Lewis. And I believe we have the Honorable Superior Court Judge David Phillips present who will administer that oath. Is that correct?
There is nobody in trouble here. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank y'all for allowing me to swear Kathryn in. I've known her family forever. Would you like for them to come up with you, Kathryn? Help me out. Kathryn, are you ready to take the oath of office?
Yes, sir.
But I'm going to read your oath, and at the end, if you would say, I do. I, Kathryn Lewis, do solemnly swear that I will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that I will faithfully discharge my duties as council person, so help me God. If you would say, I do.
I do.
All right, I give you Councilwoman Kathryn Lewis. Anything you'd like to say?
I am honored to have this seat.
2 Bs, we do have new council members. So out of the 11 boards, I currently sit on 5. So,
$8 to come more than most junior members. so,
exactly.
yeah,
So
Let's a couple more.
I'm willing to trade some, but I did just kind of want to start out and just say that I'd like to continue on the Main Street program for the Main Street Board. I took that role when Mark Seelinger last year was appointed to mayor, so I've only been on it for a couple of months, so I'd like to continue a few projects that we have there. Again, just to kind of start this off, this is what we've done in the past. I do have interest on staying on the Environmental Sustainability Board, and if needed, I don't mind staying on the NPO as well. The Gaston Cleveland Lincoln NPO board, for those who just joined, is a regional board for Gaston County, Cleveland County, and Lincoln to discuss road improvements and traffic measures from NCDOT. The engineers are there. If someone is interested in that, it's very eye-opening. I would be willing to give that up as well, but again, it's up to y'all. So I just kind of want to make, so that's just my 2 cents.
All right, now I would ask the city clerk if you can help us keep track of who's going to be on each board.
Should we go down to the top?
Start from the top, is that?
Yeah, it's great to kind of go down to the top and
Sorry, stormwater.
have everyone.
It's everybody, so,
Central Island.
Yeah, everybody.
that brings us to Central Island Regional Council Board of Delegates. Currently, well, Mark Seelinger was our delegate. You are our alternate.
Yeah.
All right, so that leaves our main delegate open. And who would like to serve on COG?
I'll take that one.
You take COG?
Yeah.
Alex, do you want to remain the alternate?
Sure.
All right, that brings us to the Gaston Cleveland Lincoln MPO. Alex is our primary delegate. Martha Stowe is our alternate. As Alex said, he's willing to stay on board, but he is also willing, if someone has a desire to serve on the MPO, to surrender being the primary delegate. Does anyone have any interest in being primary?
They meet generally once a quarter, but it's on Wednesdays, Wednesday nights, so Wednesdays or Thursdays. Sometimes it depends if it's a forum, but it meets in downtown Gaston at the sheriff's department.
That's once a quarter.
You looking for a primary for that one?
I don't mind staying on it. I will say it's very informative. You do get to meet a lot of others. So each municipality gets a delegate. So I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of the delegates throughout Gaston, Cleveland, and Lincoln County. Generally, Lincoln County just sends the county commissioners. Traditionally, Mayor Neisler of Kings Mountain, who I believe lost his election, was the chairman of the MPO. So they will be looking for new executive leadership of that board. But again, you're hands-on in the weeds with NCDOT and the engineers, but it's think long-term, so like 2050 is generally when you're looking at a lot of those projects. It's nothing short-term. I would say the travel.
So are you wanting to be the alternate, or are you not staying on there?
It's up to y'all. I mean, I'm leaving it up to y'all.
I mean, I do want to be the alternate if you want to stay as the primary.
Okay, that's fine. Unless, like I said,
I wouldn't mind doing the primary, but if you want to stay on that one, that's fine.
I'll defer to you.
you tell me. If you want it, take it.
All right, I'll take that one as the primary, if you want to be the alternate.
I'll stay on as the alternate.
All right.
That's okay.
All right, Belmont Tourism Development Authority. Jason, I believe you said you wanted to remain on that.
Yes.
Now, I would not be opposed to remaining on that. I also had 5 boards. I'm going to try to skinny that up a little bit because as mayor, I'm going to have to take on other commitments. But if there is someone who has a desire to serve on the Tourism Authority, that's fine as well. We can leave it as is. All right, I'm gonna assume that we are good with what we have on the tourism authority. Which brings us now to Keep Belmont Beautiful, Board of Directors. Our primary was Councilmember Stowe. The primary is open. I was the alternate. Does anyone have desire to be primary on KBE? I believe their meeting schedule is once a quarter as well.
And the alternate's only there if the primary can't make it.
Correct.
You can still show up, but generally.
Yeah.
I'll take that one.
Belmont Beautiful. Anyone to be the primary?
Are you gonna be the primary, Nathan?
I'm open to either one. My wife's gonna go.
So either, whatever you wanna do.
So if your wife's in Melbourne, would it make more sense if you're the primary?
I don't know.
It did when I was on,
Depends on how
because I was on
big
the board as well. So,
So I'm open to either. I'm happy to be primary. I'm happy to be alternate.
I'm open to both as well.
Yeah. I'll take the primary.
To be primary?
Yeah. You want alternate?
Perfect.
All right, Main Street Advisory Board, currently Councilman Zooks and Councilmember Kathryn serving on that board.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I'd like to remain on that board.
That's what I'm.
All right. Just, was there anyone else that had interest in that?
I mean, I have an interest in it, but he's Alex and generally comfortable with remaining on their seat. I'm serving on two.
All right, Belmont Trolley Board of Directors, Councilmember Kathryn is our liaison.
I'm interested in continuing. I know Councilman Zooks was also interested in that, and I would be willing to defer to him, but I think he had a problem with making the meetings.
Yeah, because when did they meet in, Jim?
They meet 11:30 on Thursdays. Yeah, I think the third Thursday.
Yeah, I won't.
All right, and so I'll continue on.
All right. Councilman Kathryn remains on Belmont Trolley. All right, liaison to Park and Recreation Citizens Advisory Board. I have served on that for a while. I'm going to go ahead and step off of that. I think it makes sense. I don't have any children active in the program anymore. I know some of you all do, so that would seem to make more sense. Because that's, the rubber meets the road with you all. Now, there had been some discussion about expanding that to 2 council members. So I guess there's some discussion to be had there if we want to expand our presence on that board to 2.
Wait, just a question for Parks. Is it something that council can do with, or does the Parks and Rec board need to have input on that?
Council can do it.
Okay.
So, card motion? No, just before.
Now, I know that Councilwoman Lewis and Councilman Hill have expressed a desire to be jointly on that board. Is that agreeable to the remainder of council?
That's fine.
Yes.
Okay. All right, liaison to Environmental Sustainability Board, currently Councilmember Zooks serves on that.
I'll stay on it unless someone else is extremely interested in it. It's fine. We're working on a few projects at this current council room, and some of the composting, with the grants that they're looking for right now. So there's a lot of interesting stuff that we should be coming forward sooner than later.
All right, Councilman Zooks remains on the Environmental Sustainability Board. All right, so the Southeastern Gaston County Municipal Alliance.
Stigma.
I'd rather just say it, Gaston Alliance of the Southeastern Municipalities.
Outson.
I am on that with Councilmember Zooks, and I'm willing to come off that. That board has met semi-regularly to discuss issues that affect Gaston County, primarily this end of Gaston County. And has tried to bring Charlotte into the discussions to speak to the DOT and other state organizations on our behalf and the region's behalf. So,
This was something that me and Richard pioneered with Cramerson's Mayor Nelson to try to bring more of a kind of union collective thought when it came to trying to secure road fundings and things like that from the state. I'd like to continue on it. I think there's a lot of opportunity and benefit to come in the future. We have been talking with Charlotte leadership in regards to trying to get Charlotte. The idea is really to get Charlotte on board. The ultimate goal of this was ultimately to get Charlotte on board for the Catawba River crossing. Because if we can get their point secured through that, that would move that project up substantially, which we need in this area. So it has a lot of potential, but it's still in its very immature, or kind of premature area.
They meet how often? You said it's periodic.
as needed.
As needed.
You said you're looking to.
I mean, I can. I mean, like I said, as a rule, in the rule of mayor, I think I'm going to be taking up some things that are going to take up some time. So I'm trying to find some balance between him being on 5 boards and functions as mayor.
I think both are primary.
Yeah, that's an area I have an interest in. I'd be happy to step in your shoes now.
All right, so that should just leave us with the TAC committee, which currently is myself and Councilmember Rumfeld. And this is also fairly new. We've only had 1 meeting. Just for some continuity, I would like to stay on that one for the interim. I may at some point, if someone has interest, go ahead and surrender that, but
I would like to stay on this balance.
okay. All right, so we'll keep that as is.
And I would just add one thing that's of relative recent addition that's not included on this, but what we talked about at last meeting was the non-voting representation on the Gaston County EDC, which I volunteered to do at the last meeting. So,
Okay. All right, so just a quick
When does
look.
that meet?
well, apparently it meets next Tuesday.
Is everybody comfortable with the board assignments? I mean, you know, I don't want anybody to be weighted too much or, you know, underrepresented on boards, but I mean, is everybody good with the allotments?
I think it's a lot better.
All right. All right, with that done, I guess we are done with our
Do we need a
organization.
motion
You
to
probably ought to have a magic motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the appointments as discussed.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes.
And just to confirm, Jamie, did you get on, like, the, yeah, maybe just run through it, just to confirm.
Right, our water will have to, Central Lina, I have Councilman Hill as the main delegate, Councilman Wick as the alternate, the gas station and MPO, Councilman Hill as the delegate, Councilman Wick as the alternative, alternate. The tourism authority, Mayor Turner and Councilman Rumfeld. Keep on Beautiful, Councilman Rumfeld as the delegate for Maine, and Councilman Lewis as the alternate. Main Street Advisory Board, Councilman Zooks and Councilman Kathryn as the 2 representatives. Belmont Trolley, Councilman Kathryn as the representative. Liaisons to Parks and Rec Citizen Advisory Board, Councilmember Lewis, Councilman Hill. Liaison to Environmental Sustainability, Councilmember Zooks. I'm not quite decided. We have Councilman Zooks and Councilman Rumfeld. Transportation Committee, Mayor Turner, Councilman Rumfeld. And the Gaston County EDC is
motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the consent agenda is approved. This will bring us to item 1 of our regular agenda. We have public comment. We have one person signed up to speak, and it looks like that is Joe Lewin. Is that correct?
Good evening, everyone, ladies and gentlemen of the Belmont City Council. I stand before you today as a member of this community.
Put your name and address.
I apologize. It is Joe Lewin. I live at 90 East Catawba Street, apartment 126, Belmont, North Carolina, as a Chronicle Mill Apartments. Apologies if anything looks I stand before you today as a member of this community, proud resident, who has witnessed the resilience and unity of our city through various challenges. However, our community is facing a pressing issue that demands our immediate attention and concerted efforts. On December 26th, the Chronicle Mill Apartments on Catawba Avenue encountered a devastating sewer water backup that has displaced 40 members of the building and their families as well, including mine. The aftermath of this unforeseen event had left us grappling with uncertainties and hardships. Most distressingly, the denial of each of our renters' insurance claims due to a specific unknown clause pertaining to the sewer water backup has also compounded our difficulties in this process. As a result, we were forced to vacate our homes, uncertain of when we might return. While I acknowledge the city's proactive stance in addressing this catastrophe over the last week and connecting us with the city's insurance, the lingering question remains: how much longer must we endure this uncertain limbo without concrete answers? As the days pass, the toll on our families grows heavier. My daughter, like some of my neighbors, lost her brand new cherished Christmas toys previous day. Just receiving the news as happy as she could be. I too faced a significant loss of personal belongings and furniture. I come before you not as an affected resident, but also as someone who has proudly served in the North Carolina Army National Guard for nearly a decade, just at the Belmont Armory, right up the street, ready to answer at a moment's notice. My commitment to the city runs deep, and I'm passionate about continuing to contribute to its growth and prosperity. However, this situation threatens the very fabric of our community, compelling us to seek urgent solutions and support. I implore the council to expedite efforts in providing clarity and assistance to the affected families. Time is of the essence. We need your guidance, support, and swift action to help us navigate this distressing period. It is not merely about a restitution for material losses, but also about restoring our sense of security, stability, and trust within our community. I urge the council to collaborate with the impacted residents, listen to our concerns, and work hand in hand to find viable solutions. Together, let us strive to alleviate the burdens weighing heavily on our shoulders, enabling us to rebuild our lives and return to our homes. Belmont is more than just a city. It is a community where solidarity and compassion prevail, and I urge the council to embody these values and show unwavering support to those affected by the incident. Let us work together to ensure that Belmont remains a place we're all proud to call home.
Miles, can you give us kind of a brief update on where we are with this?
Sure. I first want to apologize to Joe and the residents of Chronicle Mill. I know that it's a very inconvenient time when this occurred during the Christmas holidays, so it weighs on my heart too when things like that happen. So I apologize on the city's behalf if we're at fault for that. But we have reached out to our insurance provider, the League of Municipalities. We do have a claim adjuster that went out to the site last Friday, and they are currently on top of it. We've passed this information along to Angela Hauser with Chronicle Mill. She's the representative, I believe, that is housed on site. So we're in touch with her, and we've instructed all residents to either contact me. I can be the liaison between the city and the League of Municipalities insurance, but they also have the claim form that they can contact the claim adjuster at any point. There's the email is actually on there,
that if we can impart a sense of urgency to the insurance company, and I know they have a process, but we do have 40 displaced citizens, so hopefully they recognize that and can make things happen sooner rather than later.
I don't know if this is the perfect time to bring this up. I mean, I'm assuming most all this was attributed to all that severe rainfall we got. I mean, how was that? What exactly was the source of this?
We don't really know, they're still investigating as far as I know. It was a clogged sewer, and I'm not really sure what was in it, if it was associated with like heavy rain or anything like that at all. I'm not really sure. Can't speak to that.
I'm sure you guys will, but whenever y'all figure out, we'll get a report on that, because I'd be interested. We might need to bring this up something during the budget talks to the CIP and stuff like that, so.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for your public comment. Miles, thank you for the update. All right, that brings us to item number 2 on our agenda, which is the 2022-2023 audit presentation. We'll hear some from Marcus Barnes, who will lead us through this.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Gershon. I'm the senior audit manager at Martin Starnes. We've prepared the following PowerPoint to present what we feel to be some of the more pertinent topics of the city's fiscal year 23 audit. Your report has been submitted to the LGC. However, we've not received their acceptance at this point in time, probably because of holidays. So we should receive that within the next couple of weeks, if not sooner. We've issued a clean, unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion we can provide, and just basically means we found no material misstatements that would otherwise be misleading to users of your financial statements. So first we go over your total general fund revenues and expenditures as compared to the prior fiscal year. We saw an overall increase in revenues of $1.4 million, which was primarily due to an increase in your property taxes as well as unrestricted intergovernmental revenues. Saw an increase in expenditures of $4 million, which was primarily due to an increase in public safety as well as capital outlay expenditures. Here's a 3-year comparison of your total general fund balance. As you can see, there's been a steady increase over the last 3 years, specifically an increase of $3.6 million over the prior year, which was primarily due to transfers in from other funds as well as long-term debt issued. So this slide shows you how to calculate the available fund balance as it is presented in your audit report. First, we start with your total general fund balance of $18 million, less your non-spendable of $63,000, less your stabilization by state statute of $1.1, less all other restricted fund balance classifications within the general fund of $893,000, plus your internal working capital fund balance policy of $4.6 million, to arrive at a total available fund balance of $11.3 million. This was an overall increase over the prior year of $6.9 million roughly, which was due, as previously mentioned, increase in your total fund balance as well as an overall decrease in your restricted by stabilization by state statute. So here's another calculation utilizing your available fund balance. This is a calculation utilized by the LGC to compare units across the state by population group. It's your available fund balance as a percentage of expenditures and transfers to other funds. There was an overall increase of 29%, which again was primarily due to the increase in your fund balance and an overall increase in your available fund balance. So now we'll go through your top 3 general fund revenues and expenditures. First, we have your ad valorem tax revenues. Saw an increase of $353,000 or 3%, which was just primarily due to an increase in your total collections.
That does not reflect the rebound, is that correct?
No, it does, yes.
Oh, it does?
It
I was
does.
expecting a sharper increase there.
Yeah,
But there was no real tax rate decrease, was there not?
yes, that's true.
It was.
Okay.
Then we have your unrestricted intergovernmental revenues, also increased $832,000 or 15%, which was due to an increase in your local option sales tax distribution, which was actually pretty commonly seen across the state. Then we have your restricted intergovernmental revenues, increased $327,000 or 29%, which was primarily due to an increase in your traffic impact assessment funds received in the current year. So now for expenditures, we have public safety expenditures increased around $1 million or 17%, which was mainly due to an increase in your salaries and related benefits. Transportation expenditures also increased $155,000 or 8%, which was primarily due to an increase in your salaries and related benefits. Then your general government expenditures actually decreased $5,000 or less than 1%, which is actually considered comparable to the prior year. So now we'll go over some details within your water sewer fund. Cash flow from operations ended at a positive $1.2 million. Total net position ended at $52.4 million. Your unrestricted net position, which is basically the equivalent to your available fund balance within the general fund, ended at $2.4 million, with an overall change in net position as a positive $3.3 million. So there are there's some information that the LGC requires us to communicate to each board after each audit. The first one is the quick ratio for the water sewer fund. This comes directly from the LGC's data input sheet that is prepared and sent with the city's financial statements each year. The LGC is normally concerned with anything less than 1, so as you can see, the city is doing well in this area, and it has actually increased over the prior year. And then some additional information I'm required to disclose to the board during the audit presentation is we noted statutory violations disclosed in your footnotes related to over-appropriation and late LGC 203 submission, as well as 4 material weakness findings and 1 significant deficiency finding. The city is required to submit responses to these findings to the LGC within 60 days of this presentation, and each board member is required to sign. Are there any questions?
I had a couple. Forgive me, I'm kind of new to council as well. So first, on the, what's this, it's on page 38 of our packet. This is the fund balance position for the general fund. I know when we obtained financing for the rec center, and my understanding was that we came back and replenished, was it the general fund, once we obtained the financing for that? Because I was thinking that that $6.8 million increase may have been attributed at least partially to that. Does that factor into the increase, that $6.8 million?
There could be, let me get to, most of it, excuse me, was the long-term debt that was issued, which was $2.1 million, and then there were transfers from other funds of $590,000, and I believe that was your ARPA fund that was transferred to the general fund to pay for those expenditures. So as far as the rec center, to my knowledge, there's no transfers.
Excuse me, sorry, it's all timing.
Yeah.
So by the time that 2022 finished,
Yeah.
or that fiscal year, it was in early 2023's fiscal year when we started seeing the rapid expenses. So to compare, it depends on the timing period when you're comparing it.
Yeah.
And the $11 million is actually in a separate fund. It is not in the general fund. It's in the project fund.
Okay. All right. And then the other question I had, I've got some learning to do here on the water sewer fund. So the total net position, can you explain for those of us that may not be familiar with some of the terminology there, what those items are on that?
Sure.
slide?
Yeah. So your debt position for enterprise fund is, in a nutshell, it's basically your fund balance. It's your ending equity.
Just for water and sewer?
Yes, sir.
I can segue from that. What was the basis, the primary catalyst for the $3.2 million change in that position?
Get to that. Let's see. And obviously, I don't have the prior year to compare to, but I believe you had debt service an extreme significant increase in the prior year to your debt service expenditures because of the couple of loans have been paid off. So that would be one reason why things have increased, because you didn't see such a large increase in your debt service last year. And I don't recall whether or not you had any fee rate increases. So without comparing side by side, I cannot definitively answer that question. But I do know that some of it was also a transfer in from your ARPA fund to pay for some of those. So that helped a bit too.
We also, if you recall, in that period, we had gotten very cash heavy in the water and enterprise fund, and during that period, there was a high spending to get projects so that we could go to debt services, because the issue was that LGC, at that time, this was before you went, was concerned that we were too cash heavy. So if we did have a massive issue, we would have had to have depleted our assets or our cash completely to be able to get debt services. That was the concern. So we were monitoring the cash flow. So that probably explains we spent a lot and we didn't spend as much in the previous or the most current cycle, so that you're saying that was a 3.3 probably, is what I would have to say. Because we spent quite a bit, if I recall.
This was last year.
This was the year, so this was 22.
Yeah.
And then in 23 we didn't spend.
Oh, we really, we're going to spend down those funds. Are there any other questions, Ms. Gooderham?
Perhaps in connection with the last slide about statutory violations and findings, I think we all received a letter recently about risks of material misstatement. Where does that fit into this?
So the letter that you're referring to is a required communication to each board member. We do it for component units, cities, counties, and the revenue recognition. If I'm remembering right, because we sent it earlier this year, and it did not include it. Just included management override as a risk, as a significant risk. It does not necessarily mean that we have deemed it a significant risk per se for the city. Management override is across the board because it is a significant risk for the standards. Budget estimates, budget amendments, journal entries is all included in that. There is not a significant risk for material misstatement. So you're probably referring to the revenue recognition.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know significant risk sounds, like a big deal. It's really just wording. We're just recognizing that there is a significant risk possible.
There's also the Gatsby standard for this year, which was the IT subscription, so that they were just giving us a heads up that, hey, this is the new standard that's in place. We'll be on the lookout for that. That's another.
And we do additional procedures for things like that, management override, revenue recognition. We do additional procedures for any significant risk. We are required to.
Okay. I just didn't quite understand what prompted that letter, if there's anything to be concerned about.
I think it's, in the way I understand, it's a standard letter that has to be distributed out, not necessarily related to the findings of this particular audit. And so, like Kelly said, that there will be another letter that will be passing around for council signatures within 60 days.
And that is related to your findings.
That's related to the findings.
Yeah, the communication letter that you all received here recently, we received updated guidance on your non-attest services, so we had to add that. And then we received updated guidance on your significant risks with a new standard that's coming out, a new SAS. And so we just went ahead and updated all of that. You guys are not the only ones that
received an additional letter. But you will receive that letter each year. And it's really just standard information. We try to be transparent, communicate to you all, you know, the services that we provide, the audit partner that, that is assigned to your audit, you know, the nature, scope, and timing of our audit procedures, when we expect to complete, just standard informational things that, not necessarily each council member will be aware of, but, you know, it's communicated with finance and management.
I just have one question, and I may have missed it in what I read, but this audit, does this incorporate component units?
Yes, sir, it does.
It does.
All three of them.
All right. Are there any other questions from Spearham? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to go into agenda item number 3, I believe, which is a special use permit, SUP 2023.03. And I think Tiffany is going to present, and then we'll go here for parts.
Well, let's move it.
I'll move to go into public hearing.
Second.
All right, motion and second, all in favor? We're in public hearing.
Before you present, we need to have some general overview of the process, not only for the public, but also for new council people that have not really experienced this type of procedure. As council members, probably 90% or more of your decisions are called legislative decisions, where you just vote up or down on a matter that comes forward. But usually, there's a separate category on some type of zoning-related decisions that require special action due to the size of the project or some special use that's associated with the project. Our ordinance would require a special use permit proceeding. Now, this is not a legislative matter. It's called under the law quasi-judicial. The reason it's called that is because it'll sound like a kind of a courtroom trial scenario. So we'll have things like, you'll have parties, we'll have witnesses, we'll have sworn testimony, we'll have the right to cross-examine witnesses, we'll have evidence presented, and your job, similar to what Judge Phillips would do on a daily basis, he would hear testimony from witnesses and review evidence and make a decision. And you're going to sit in the same shoes as a judge or jury to hear. And the difference is you have to wipe your mind clear of everything else that preconceived or anything you know about the property. You can only make the decision based on the evidence presented during this next process. So what they say up here is going to lead to you making a decision, and your decision is going to be based on, there are going to be 3 required findings, and we'll go over those with you in a little bit. But each of you have to vote on the findings, and then have a separate vote on whether to grant the special use permit or not. So we'll sort of walk through this, and it'll feel a little courtroom-like, except we're not bound by the rules of evidence that you are in a courtroom and some of the other procedures that you might encounter in a courtroom. So before we hear, and the testimony is going to be, rather than question and answers, we allow pretty much a narrative presentation. So speakers, beginning with staff, when they're sworn, will make their presentation in a staff report narrative, and then the property owner will do the same. You'll have a chance after the presentation of each party and their right to cross-examine. You'll have the right then to ask questions of the panel. So I urge you to hold on to those questions if you can until the end of their presentation. Okay, that sounds generally like something. I know it's different.
Jim,
Jim,
yeah, excited.
So before we start, I need to see, staff, you'll be the only presenter.
I will ask just to make sure if there's any questions related to historical context.
Alex.
Since Alec is in the room
Okay.
tonight, I would ask that we
So for, the city, let's, bring Tiffany and Ms. Farrow and Alex Robinson up forward to be sworn. Put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now for the owner, Mr. Brick Bryant, representing AC Brook Owner LLC, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you come forward. Is Donnie Hicks, Gas EDC, and Mr. Eddie Moore, Academy Council, going to be the only people speaking, testifying. Same drill, place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Board, before we, any other, is there any other?
I think I would like to move past the panel.
Okay, I do, I'm getting ready to do it. Any other questions before I do that?
Easy.
Well, I think we forgot that. I think we forgot to do that one, so.
So, what, Councilman Heflin's referring to is there's several things in the state statute that you need to be quizzed about to make sure you don't have any, bias or prejudice about this decision. So there are three questions. First, any of you have any direct, substantial, or readily identifiable financial impact based on the project that is about to be presented? If you do not, raise your hand. You don't have a direct impact financially. Do you have a direct family or business or associational relationship with the owner or any of the team that was formed? If you do not, raise your hand. And if you know, do you have any reason other than what I've just said that you can't make a fair and impartial decision based solely on what is going to be presented in evidence in this process? If you don't, raise your hand. Okay. So having unanimously identified the answer to these questions in the negative, then I find that this panel is duly constituted, and if there's no other questions, we'll begin. Okay, staff report in the narrative.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. This is special use permit 2023.03 for 408 Brook Street. And as Parks has shared with you, this is a quasi-judicial decision that we do hear about sometimes when specific land uses come across that meet certain qualifying conditions. And the case before you tonight at 408 Brook Street is one example of such a case. Just to refresh, the applicant tonight is AC Brook Owner LLC, and the applicant representative, while there are the primary is Harry or Brick Bryant III. The applicant is seeking a special use permit to allow for what our ordinance defines as a heavy manufacturing use within the business campus development zone, which is required as a process within Land Development Code Chapter 5, Section 11. While our ordinance defines the project as heavy manufacturing, based off of the proposed amount of outdoor storage on the site, that is not what is within the applicant's testimony. Typically, they would describe the business proposed at the site as light manufacturing. It is specifically the amount of outdoor storage on the premises that puts us in the position to hear the case before you tonight. Our ordinance limits that to less than 25% of a building's footprint on the site. So anything more than that would come before you for your consideration as a special use permit. So just make sure that we're clear on the site in question here tonight. It is Gaston County Parcel ID 126071, and the address for the property is 408 Brook Street. The property owner is the same as the applicant that we just discussed, and the zoning on the current parcel is business campus development. In special use permits, there's not a request for a rezoning, so the zoning would remain business campus development in this case. The existing building that's on the site was the former location of Marlatex. And a little bit more background for you. The proposed use inside the building, from what the applicant has shared with staff, is for the manufacturing of pipe solutions or conduits or microducts, specifically for fiber optic installations, and this could be for broadband access or high-speed internet or similar types of uses. All the machinery and equipment, per their own comment to staff, is powered by electricity and housed and operated within the existing building and would not exhaust any gases or noxious odors into the air or the surrounding properties. The water usage anticipated for the site is limited, and the majority of the water is going to be recycled to cool the extrusion line. So no high water user is anticipated for this premises. So on the screen, you can see a map of the proposed site. The applicant has stated that their vision is to phase the development of this project. So the area that's in bluish purple color on your screen is what is referred to in the project application as phase 1, and this is proposed for approximately 12,650 square foot of outdoor storage. This falls just below the 25% threshold. So it was storage in this square footage alone. You would not be seeing a special use permit before you tonight. But because the master plan for the development and use of this property exceeds that amount of outdoor storage, that is why we're coming before you for this case. And so, again, that blue area is proposed as phase 1. This red area is proposed as actually phase 3. That's the area that is also proposed as outdoor storage. And so in total, the excess, you see that the building square footage that exists right now is 50,617 square foot, and it is a little over 1,000 square foot greater of total outdoor storage proposed on the premises. Between phase 1 and phase 2, before they utilize the phase 3 for outdoor storage, the applicant does propose the creation of a new parking area, which would be their phase 2, to accommodate any required parking for the property, since what is currently serving as the parking for the site is proposed to be accommodated for outdoor storage. So again, the total outdoor storage proposed by the applicant to date is up to 52,150 square feet. Phase 1 storage, as I stated before, would normally require an SUP, but we are here tonight for the whole premises and the whole plan. All storage is proposed within what is considered by zoning to be the side yard. And the height of outdoor storage proposed is based off of whether or not the spools that they are proposing to store outside, whether or not they're empty or whether or not they're loaded. So if the spools are empty and being stored outside, they would like to request your consideration to stack them 4 high. And to do so would mean that the height of outdoor storage would be up to 13 feet in total. Each spool is roughly 3.2 feet tall, so stacking them would be just around 13 feet in height. Once they're loaded, the applicant has shared that they do not intend to stack those spools, and so the total height for loaded spools would be just above 8 feet tall. We do have in the Land Development Code requirements for side yard fencing for workplace buildings, which is what this building that's existing would qualify as. And the fencing in the LDC for this type of building is required to currently be brick, stucco, wrought iron, stone, or materials similar in appearance and durability. And our ordinance actually outlines a maximum height for fencing of 5 foot. The applicant has stated and has been consistent in their application that they would prefer and be open to heights in excess of this if that is council's preference. However, at the administrative level, we do not have the ability to waive any of those requirements, and so they are willing to meet that standard if that meets the findings of the special use permit.
addition to the proposed fencing on the site to provide for mainly the security of the products being stored outside, there are, in the plans that you have received, landscape buffers. There's two that are required by our ordinance and that are shown on the plans provided by the applicant. First would be the type A buffer, and this, just as a reminder, is proposed for being an opaque screen that's 8 foot high minimum, primarily to provide that visual barrier, right, between whatever the current use is on the other side of that and whatever's proposed on that storage. So there is, as you can see on the plans in that green area, a type A buffer between the park, which is a civic space, and that's why that requirement would be there. So the Gant fields are just outside of that cropped image there. Then there's Chief Henson Drive, and then you're seeing the stormwater pond, and then that green line for the type A buffer that's proposed on the site, which would go then the fencing right before you get to the outdoor storage. And you can see that as well in section B on the image to the bottom of the screen. The applicant is,
Backward in our packet.
Yeah.
oh, my,
The type A is, it just says pink in the packet, but it's meant to be green.
that, yes, that is staff's, apologies on that, so. Yes, let's make sure we get that right in the record, thank you for that. Type B buffer, is proposed between Brook Street and the proposed storage area, and you can see that in pink. So just to correct on staff's report and exhibit that's entered into the record, those appear to have been flopped in an area, so my apologies there again. But it is shown that way on the screen, and we'd be happy to go into that with you if you have any questions on that as well. Sorry, one last thing. The purpose of the type B buffer within the ordinance is primarily, it's a minimum of 4 foot height, and that is primarily to help screen for any car lights or glare and impacts on any adjacent uses surrounding the property. A further analysis of the utilities on the site did reflect that there is a 20-foot sanitary sewer easement that goes across the proposed outdoor storage area. And so, in coordination with the city engineer, we would need to continue to have dialogue, if council is supportive of this request, to make sure that there's a solution that's comfortable by all parties so that no existing utility lines get damaged with the outdoor storage proposed. So that is something we wanted to make sure we brought to attention as a part of the evidence within this presentation for you. The city engineer, I believe, is present tonight as well, and my apologies, if we need to swear him in, my apologies for not catching that sooner. In addition to the sanitary sewer easement that is located across the proposed storage area on the premises, there is also the existence currently of overhead power lines, and so the applicant would be responsible for any coordination with Duke Energy that would be required to either operate within that area or to relocate those lines as necessary for their operations. One of the tasks for special use permit is that we share whether or not the proposed application is consistent with the city's vision or regulations. And so, to the best of our knowledge, while this project is currently still under plan review for the holistic site plan with our department, it is our understanding that the applicant intends and is prepared to adhere to all of the regulations as required by the Land Development Code for the development and improvement to this property, with the understanding that the component of outdoor storage does require the step of special use permit. So, in the event that you all are able to make the fact of findings of fact as necessary tonight, we will continue to work with the applicant as necessary to ensure complete compliance with the Land Development Code. Again, business campus development zoning is the appropriate zoning designation for the proposed use. And we will continue to make sure that we work through anything as needed as it relates to any conditions that you all find with regard to applying to the special use permit, as well as those already defined in our Land Development Code. And so, as Parks alluded to, with any special use permit, there are 3 findings, and And we are asking council to consider the following requirements in order to issue a special use permit and to listen and accept the applicant's response and testimony for your consideration. There are 3 findings. One is that the use meets all the required principles and specifications of the Land Development Code and any adopted land use plans. Second is that the proposed plan, if developed according to the plan submitted and approved, will be visually and functionally compatible to the surrounding area. And 3, that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety and will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property if it's located where proposed. So those are the findings that you will be asked to consider tonight as part of these proceedings. And in doing so, while staff does not have a final say and does not issue a recommendation for special use permit, we would ask for you to at least consider the following points. So after our review initially, we are recommending the following conditions, at least for discussion purposes here this evening. First being that the applicant shall coordinate with the city engineer on any allowable uses within the city's sanitary sewer easement and ensure the ongoing access to this area by city staff for continued maintenance of utility infrastructure. This would include access to any fenced-in areas. The second bullet for your consideration would be that the applicant shall coordinate with Duke Energy as needed for improvements near existing overhead power lines. Third, temporary use of a 5-foot-tall coated fencing material could be permitted for up to 6 months in conjunction with the installation of a type A buffer for phase 1 storage, and that the applicant would or shall install the full type A buffer with the phase 1 improvements for their outdoor storage. Fourth would be that the applicant shall install 8-foot-tall durable fencing material, which again would need your consideration and discussion. Our code currently limits that to 5, which is defined as wrought iron or vinyl coated architectural woven wire mesh or something similar to that around all the proposed outdoor storage with phase 3 of the project, which would be when their outdoor storage components are all completed. The fencing selection shall be submitted for review and approval by the planning director prior to installation. This condition is recommended to make sure that it can ensure compatibility and meet the ordinance standard within the Land Development Code prior to installation. The 5th bullet, as recommended, would be that the applicant shall complete the plan review and permitting process with city staff for all changes to the site, making any modifications to the plans as needed to ensure compliance with both the special use permit and the Land Development Code, as well as the Land Development Standards Manual, which is overseen by the city engineer. And lastly, that the special use permit shall be valid for 1 year. And that is the end of my presentation. Staff stands by for any.
You want to move that your presentation be admitted into the record?
Yes, I would move that my presentation be admitted into the record.
Okay, with findings and conditions. Does that conclude your report?
That
For right
concludes-
now?
Yes.
So, Mr. Bryant, do you have any cross-examination questions for staff?
Not any questions, we'll have to accept yours, that's.
Later. Okay. All right, panel, any questions for?
Yes, several. So let's talk first about the reason for the special use permit. I just want to make clear that the use heavy industry, or excuse me, heavy manufacturing is allowed by special use permit in this designation, and there's a definition of heavy manufacturing that was provided to us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are the proposed use that this applicant has, would you say that it has a greater than average impact on the environment?
From my understanding of the proposed uses on the site, I would not say that.
Okay. And will the proposed use have significant impact on the use and enjoyment of other properties in terms of noise, smoke, fumes, odor, glare, or health and safety hazards?
Not with any of the information disclosed to staff to date, although I would say that that would better be suited as a question to the applicant.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get at is the only reason within that definition of heavy manufacturing, which is in the disjunctive, The only reason they need a special use permit is because of the area occupied by the outdoor storage, not for any of those other reasons.
That is correct. Your reason that staff advised the applicant that a special use permit was needed or the proposed use was specifically related to the definition component of heavy manufacturing, which exclusively reads, or any use where the area occupied by outdoor storage of goods and materials used in the assembly, fabrication, production, or processing exceeds 25% of the floor area of all buildings on the lot.
Okay, thank you. And the uses proposed by the applicant are consistent with the current business campus development zoning designation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you happen to know what use Marlatex made of the property?
I would defer to Alex Robinson to share any historic knowledge of
Okay.
that use on the premises.
Yes, sir, they were a textile manufacturer that manufactured broad loom ornamental fabrics primarily. To the best of my knowledge, never been in the plant.
Okay, thank you.
Like 12-foot wide looms.
That's correct.
Okay.
I want to ask a few questions about the stacking of the schools. And this might be a question more for the applicant, but based on the grading, how much of, if the schools are stacked 4 tall, how much would be visible with a 5 to 8 foot fence surrounding the area?
Sure, I would defer to the applicant,
Okay.
but I would say that they, at least at the time of their application, did provide staff with a cross-section as shown on your screen that does include a dashed line showing the backside of outdoor storage to be at 13 feet, so it doesn't show a line for 8 foot. But staff did receive that exhibit, and that would be based on everything submitted to us to date, what we would use to answer that question.
All right, I'll ask the applicant, because I saw that too, but I was a little bit unclear as to what that actually showed.
And I do believe the applicant is prepared to answer
Yes.
that question.
I was a bit confused by something you said earlier. Does the applicant need any sort of permission under the land development code or through the special use permit to stack these schools 4 feet high? Or, I mean, I thought you said
Our
if
land
we allowed it.
development code does not say how high outdoor storage can be. Staff asked the applicant to include that detail for your consideration as a part of the information provided for the special use permit in order to hopefully assist you all with your deliberations and just to have as much information as possible. But there is not, to my knowledge, in reading the land development code, any limits in height of outdoor storage specifically defined.
Okay. And you said a 5 foot fence is the maximum allowed by the land development code, but we can provide it as a condition that it be higher, 8 feet.
That is my understanding, but I would defer to Parks to make sure that we are following all proper protocols for conservation decisions.
Is there any existing vegetation on the property between it and Chief Henson Drive and Gant soccer field?
Yes, there is. And one of the things that will need to be done is the vegetation that you're currently seeing is in part potentially some screening and also in part some overgrowth from a stormwater pond that is in need of maintenance. And so until the maintenance is done, it will be challenging to determine what is actually able to be remaining of that existing buffer. We anticipate there to be some, and we would encourage the applicant to keep whatever remaining existing buffer as possible after they maintain the BMP fund.
And so the applicant will be building a fence, and there will be a buffer, a type A buffer.
Yes.
And then we have Chief Henson Drive. And is there a fence surrounding the Gant soccer fields on the other side of the road?
It is not surrounding, but there is one there. And I do not know the exact height of that fence, but based on visits to that site, it is a green colored coated chain link fence.
Okay. And is, based on the land development code and all the requirements, is a TIA or TTM going to be needed for this use?
No, we did check with our transportation consultant, Kinley Horn, And the anticipated trips that would be needed for the proposed use are nowhere near the thresholds that would warrant that analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
So procedurally, I think you may have addressed it already, but just to confirm, just the nature of a special use permit only applies to this applicant. So if for some reason this did not materialize, that heavy manufacturing designation would still not be enacted for this particular parcel.
It would be specific to this application. So my understanding, it does run with the land in terms of if AC Brook sold it to someone else, but the nature of the application itself would need to remain consistent with the plan that's shown to you here this evening. If the plan changes at all, or if there's any proposal that would not meet the conditions that you all discussed here tonight, they would need to come before to make the same findings of that. So sometimes we will see this come before somebody sells off a lot. It would still remain, right, once they get the approvals, as long as the basis of the application would remain in place, is my understanding.
So would those conditions need to include things like heavy vehicle, flow on the side, to and from the side? So if we do have a successor applicant that steps into the shoes of our current applicant, that will somehow, get left with someone who doesn't have the same use of the property, and maybe it's not conducive.
It would trigger.
It would trigger. So any change in that use is a change of use. So the use would have to match the information as provided wholly by the applicant in their submittal. And so it would be specifically limited to the proposed use as disclosed.
So to like Jim's point, because I had this, he's pretty far away from the whole reason is the storage component of it. So if they, let's say the environmental fact or the smell or something else that pops up, right, correct me if I'm wrong, they would have to come back to the table and that would have to either be conditional or they're gonna have to provide their facts through this type of fact-finding process again. So to Jim's point though, this is just strictly the type of storage. So if they do trigger additional traffic or higher manufacturing and a higher density, I guess, classification, then they'd have to come back before us. Correct me, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we would have to deliver it and decide. Because I always look at the C,
Right.
selection C
Public
is
safety.
public safety.
Yeah.
Because we've had this pop up a few times, and this has been one where we could have actual argument over to try to decide the definition of that. In this instance, it's truly just storage. So like if it had a smell, if it had, any type of chemical leak, something like that, it would classify that.
But some of those things may not be realized until after the special use permit is issued.
But then it would
So
trigger.
my understanding, and I will actually lean to Parks on anything beyond my understanding, is that they are testifying under oath that the proposed use of the property will not do that. And so any subsequent information that we have that is actually an invalid statement would, from my understanding, jeopardize and or null and void the special use permit provided by this.
I suppose it would also be perjury.
Yeah.
But,
Remember, this is only
yes.
for this one item, the permitting, the plan review process continues on.
Yes.
Any change in all that occurs. New application.
If we are currently under the understanding that the applicant intends to meet all of the requirements of the land development code in plan review. If it's not deemed feasible or possible, and relief is needed, that would need to come back before you for your reconsideration. It would not run with this approval. This is specifically limited to the items as outlined in the application before you.
And is it more appropriate to address this to you or to the applicant with regard to, like heavy vehicle flow into and out of the facility? Is that something more appropriate for the applicant?
I would defer to the applicant on the intended vehicular flow for their proposals.
Any other questions?
I wanted to defer to you regarding fence height, whether could enforce, if that was enforceable above the 5 foot.
That's a condition the property owner would have to agree to.
There was a mention of the two buffers, the 5 foot and the 8 foot buffers types A and B, but then there's also mention in your recommendations, unless I'm reading this wrong, the applicant shall install an 8 foot durable fencing material. So are we saying in addition to the landscape buffers, there would also be a fence around the storage area? or-
They are proposing one.
Okay.
Yes, they're proposing one. And the thought for staff's recommendation here is that tree canopy continues to grow after it's planted. And even small trees will grow to a certain canopy height, but medium or large trees, which we normally would see within a buffer area, their tree canopy would eventually grow to be above
Right.
a fence height, especially with evergreen. So whatever is not shielded by a fence would presumably be shielded over time by continued growth of any landscape buffer. But that landscape buffer will be planted as proposed by the applicant, I believe, at a 6-foot height, or an 8-foot height in some of the locations. We'll ask their engineer to verify that. And so, it will take time to mature to a height greater than that, and that is why staff mentioned that, additional height to the fence might be something you want to consider for initial screening at the time, that the use is activated.
So when do we have that discussion though? So if we can't stipulate the Parks' point, because that makes sense, because it should be as the code is written, when do we stipulate it should be 10 feet, as
Yeah.
opposed to 8 feet?
My understanding is, that it would be anything that would be needed to make any of the findings of fact before you. So if in making the determination you find it necessary to have something additional to what's proposed, it would be specifically related to the ability for you all to make the findings before you tonight. Not just because it might be a good idea, but because you find it necessary in order to make the finding.
Well, the fence height might be something, because you talk about visibility of what they're stacking, and then potentially, let's say, the valuation of the properties surrounding the area. So if you're gonna start seeing these tall towers, and there's no limit to that, right? That could potentially impede on property value. I don't know, I wasn't originally thinking that until you just started
Is there a limit
going
to the
around
4-foot
that.
height stack?
But I was gonna say, Parks' point though, they're gonna have to agree to this unless we do the fact finding. So they could agree to hire without the fact finding, so it's.
Is there a limit to that height of storage outdoors of 4? I mean, potentially, they could go even higher than 13 feet?
Based off of what they've shared in the application, the special use permit would be limited to the details and information provided by the applicant.
4 feet, or 4 stories high?
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You step down. Mr. Brown?
Yes, thank you.
Before the applicant presents Parks, you could just remind everyone of the applicant's burden, or well, who has the burden and what that burden is.
Okay, the burden of proof, is, as it is in a civil matter, is the preponderance of the evidence. So, think about a scale that's even, it's just tipped slightly in one direction of the other. That meets the burden that the applicant has to bear as presenting evidence sufficient to support the findings. Okay.
Appreciate y'all having us in this evening and hearing our special use request. As Tiffany said, my name is Brook Street A. I represent AC48 Brook LLC. Just to provide a little background before I turn it over to these two gentlemen. Basically, we bought this building about a year ago, December 2022, after Marl, Texas shut down, closed up shop. We did some cosmetic cleanup in the building, basically interior exterior paint, new lights inside, carpet, just freshened it up, make it more marketable to lease. After running a full marketing process, we were introduced to a tenant that we'll call Project Server in August of 2023, after several other prospects. Project Server is a new to the country Danish company that Tiffany said manufactures plastic pipe solutions for high-speed internet cables. After a thorough vetting process, they selected the state of North Carolina, more importantly, specifically the city of Beaumont, as the best place to launch for North American headquarters, with the help of the Danish consulate. They apologize for not being here today. They're in Denmark and Chicago. So, what drew them to Beaumont was many things: proximity to the airport, single tenant nature of the building, being able to not share it with anyone. Proximity to food and beverage amenities, downtown Belmont, amongst many other items. Project Server will eventually bring, we've been told, 85 plus new jobs to the area, an estimated annual salary of just under $60,000. Ideally, they'd like to kick things off sooner or later, Q1 of this year. Just getting in and getting the building upfitted with what they need. So this is a real, they have identified and selected Belmont and this building over other options in the area, and Texas more specifically as the kind of runner-up state to so they're excited about this opportunity. We think this would be a big win for Project Server and for the city of Belmont. Hope to make that some more every year in Belmont. So I'm gonna turn it over to.
We got to go. Panel have any questions?
Well, what are these two gentlemen going to be discussing, and that might determine who's the most appropriate person to ask the questions to.
If we could just hold off on questions till the end, is that appropriate, or do we?
You want to go ahead and let them testify and then have them question whoever's appropriate?
Is that,
Okay, sure. Let's do that. Mr. Hicks?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Don Hicks, I'm the Director of the Economic Development Commission for Gaston County. And I know you're here to look at the technical aspects of the special use permit. I thought it'd be helpful for the board to at least hear how these people found this and what the current situation is with this project. So we have a group called the Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina. They were spun out of the North Carolina Department of Commerce, and they're a primary business recruitment agency. So a lot of companies, especially foreign companies that start a site search, will go to them for state assistance because they can take them to all 100 counties. They have access to the General Assembly, they have access to incentives to the Department of Commerce. So that's a big conduit for projects to come to us, and that's how they found us. It is still a competitive process. In order to get incentives, we can't disclose who the company is. If we were to do that, the state would take the incentives away from them. That's why the company's not representing themselves today. So we're acting as a de facto representative of the company in this case because they can't come to you and tell you we can do that. It is still competitive. It has to be to get the incentives. If tonight they don't get to come to Belmont, they will go to their second location. That's no threat. That's just an explanation of where we're at and what how important this SUP is to them. So the state also looks at all these companies. They've done a lot of process. They looked at their financials for a period of time. You can't get incentives without going through the Department of Commerce Finance Center. So required to provide audited financial statements. They do due diligence on the company to make sure they're good. And I would like to affirm what Ms. Farrow said. This is in no way a heavy manufacturing facility. One of the most successful segments of companies we've recruited to the county over the last couple of years are European or foreign plastics manufacturers and resin manufacturers. We have Premix from Finland that's coming to Gastonia. We have Polychemie from Sweden, Lanxess from Germany. Hopefully we'll announce another one from Germany next week in Gastonia. And so that's been a big part of our program. TISAF from Israel, Bessemer City. These are clean operations. Typically they're taking resin products and molding them through heat and pressure and turning them into everything from cosmetics tubes to polyethylene pipe or compounded materials to go into polyamide resin to go in your car. So growing plastics cluster. This is somebody that we would want in the county, and it's somebody I think that you would want. Mr. Runt said their salary is just short of $60,000. Put that in perspective, the county average is about 44. Our manufacturing average is about 55. So 60 puts us well above the county average and above the manufacturing average of 56,000. So all in all, it's a good project that we want to chase. I think that the building's uniquely suited to them. Somebody is going to lease this building. It's the EDC's job to try to maximize the value of that asset for both the county and the city. You know, our preference, we do a project like this where there'll be more taxes paid, more better jobs created, more of a multiplier effect of money gets spent by the company versus someone just leasing it, using it for a warehouse or just some kind of service. So we think this is a good project, and I can assure you that it is not a heavy manufacturing location. We have looked at a number of these projects over the last couple of years, and they are about as clean as you'll get. And at some point, if you want to go take a tour of one, we'll be glad to go set up a tour to see what it looks like. And I'll look at my comments and then certainly answer any questions you may have.
Questions from Mr. Hicks?
Well, I thought we were going to hear.
Oh, okay, we'll wait. Mr. Moore.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Eddie Moore with McAdams for the Land Development site that you see is just off of the major thoroughfare. Still, it's kind of tucked away. The southern boundary that you do have is the southern railroad. We do have the Gant Park that's to the east, to the north. There are non-residential land uses, so we do not have any rooftops that are adjacent to the site. The existing building is just over 50,000 square feet. And the existing parking area that is currently there is just shy of 30,000 square feet. The area zoning and land use, again, it's non-residential zoning. It's within the area. You have the park on one side, opposite the site. It's also zoned BCD. That is another industrial user. The kind of darker area where the parking is, that's where the outdoor storage will be located, directly across the site. That's an area that's at the back of the building. There's some parking, I think there's some dock doors that are associated also with that other building. So where this is located, it will be across the street from pretty much a vacant area in the back of the building. The request that Tiffany's gone over is heavy manufacturing in the DCD zoning district. The land use that is proposed, manufacturing pipe solutions for fiber optic installations. And the crux of the main majority of the SUP is for the outdoor storage of goods and materials exceeding 25% of the floor area of the building. We do have the phasing of the three storage areas. The total square footage is just over 52,000. The outdoor storage will consist of the spools and the manufactured conduits or microducts and the plastic granules that are stored outside to go inside to turn to pipe. We know hazardous materials stored outside the building or inside the building. The plan that we have, just going to kind of walk through the three phases. Tiffany's done a good job of doing that. First phase will be an expansion of the existing parking area, just over 12,000 square feet. That will be fenced on all four sides for this area. Once the end user grows out of this space, there will be a parking area, a designated vehicular parking area that will be constructed as the third phase comes online. And this will basically use that parking pad, that parking area, and to expand that outdoor storage area. So this phase 3 is about 40,000 square feet, so roughly 52,000 square feet total. But again, if you look across from Brook Street, and against the existing building, the back of the existing building that's there, we have Chief Henson that's to the east, we have Southern Railroad to the south. So there are a lot of questions on the fencing and screening. I'm sure there'll be other questions as well. 5-foot fence, that's per code. 6 is preferred. Around primarily for security purposes. Type B buffer along Brook Street, and this buffer will actually be pushed up toward the property line, and I'll show you what the benefit of that will be. Type A buffer along Chief Henson Drive, and it will be along the back side of the pond, and we do know that the pond will have to be retrofitted. Make sure it's in working operation. Usually you do not have large trees growing out of stormwater facilities. Along Chief Henson Drive, there's some landscaping that we're hoping we'll be able to preserve. Along the southern and western boundaries, we have a 1.5 acre tree save area that will stay in place. There will be parking lot screening along the new parking lot area and along Brook Street. The area is void of any street trees, so street trees will be planted. There is overhead power lines, so these will be small maturing trees, so that will help with the height of the trees and the visibility into the site. This is a line of sight exhibit along Brook Street. All the way to the right, you'll see a car. And the site, as you go to the back, the topography drops off a little bit. So we'll have street trees, we'll have the evergreen shrubs up along the property line, and then the fence. So from the edge of Brook Street to the fence is about 55 feet. But as see the topography does drop down a bit. So along Brook Street, the visibility, there's a line of sight where you'll be able to see into the site, but if it's screened appropriately and properly, you should not be able to see the storage, the outdoor storage. Along Chief Henson Drive, kind of have the same scenario. To the right, there's a small little car, you can see the line of sight there. It's about 118 feet from the edge of Chief Henson Drive to the proposed fence. We'll try to keep as much vegetation as possible. There will be that type A buffer along the fence line, so that'll be completely up against the fence, that'll help it. The park that is off to the right, there is a fence along that side. The topography there kind of ramps up about 4 or 5 feet, so the play fields, to keep them fairly flat, they are a little bit higher. So from a visibility standpoint, up into the park, along that western field, you'll be able to see into it, but that's about it. Further down on Chief Henson Drive, there'll be some visibility. But the area that you see as proposed phase 1 storage and then the existing parking, that'll be the area of the ultimate build out for the outdoor storage. And for the findings, I'm going to go through these and outline the findings and our responses to that. The use of the required principles and specifications of the federal and the adopted land use plans. Yes, the use will be on all required principles and specifications of the LCC. The adopted land use map represents industrial land use as consistent with existing and proposed land use of that site. Number 2, the proposed use is developed according to the plan submitted and approved is visually and functionally compatible to the surrounding area. We will be providing the type A and type B buffers along Brook Street and Chief Henson Drive. To be driven out there are currently no buffers that are existing other than the vegetation that's grown within the stormwater facility. Street trees will be provided along Brook Street. That area is void of any street trees. We talked about the tree seed area along the western and southern boundary of the site. And again, touching on the adjacent land uses, the northern existing land use across Brook Street is industrial and commercial land uses. The eastern existing land use is Gannett Park, but that is across Chief Henson Drive. The western existing land use is the Harry H. Robinson building property that's owned by the city. So this is the true, real contiguous piece of property that we have at the site is to the western boundary, but to the southern boundary is the southern railroad. Number 3, the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property located or proposed. All work will be, and all machinery will be inside the building. All of the equipment is electric. Everything, all the manufacturing will occur inside that building. The main component for manufacturing is the plastic granules that will be melted and converted into the pipes. No hazardous materials used in production. There's no exhaust of any gases or noxious odors. And there was a question about the traffic. There's a slight little increase, and the end user is told us from year 1 about 3 to 5 trucks weekly, year 2, 5 to 7 trucks weekly, and year 3 of operation, 7 to 10 trucks weekly. So with that, it's relatively low volume and based on the location, it's easy access to Wilkinson Boulevard and 85. From there, we will leave the plan up. We can go back to any of the other slides if you do have questions, and Rick and I can answer questions. Yes, sir.
Are you a lawyer?
No.
None of you all are lawyers, is that correct? Go back to the third finding. So it says the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety and will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property if located where proposed. I feel like you've spoken to the endangering the public health and safety. Talk to me about substantially injuring the value of adjoining property if located where
Sure.
proposed? What evidence do you have that it doesn't?
If we go back to, I'm gonna have to go back to, if you look here, the building across the street is an industrial end user. The building on the opposite at Grant Park, that's another industrial building. To the northwest is another, so we're within an area of other industrial users. And the existing building was developed as an industrial building.
I'm gonna add planting streetscapes and trees and sidewalks along the front, which doesn't currently exist today.
I just want to ask a few questions about these spools. How much does each empty spool weigh, if anyone knows?
I don't have the exact weight. Project Server will be able to provide info, but we were told they can't stack more than 4 high. They're not terribly heavy, but I don't think that.
Is there any risk of them collapsing or blowing over if it was windy?
I don't think so. They're wooden spools that are fairly durable.
I believe you said, Mr. Moore, that driving from Brook Street, it would not be visible, these spools from line of sight, assuming that we have an 8-foot.
Right, yeah, the fence and landscaping, you may be able to see the tops of those, but the topography does drop down. So you will not be looking at the base of the fencing. You'll be looking pretty much in line with the top of the fencing.
Is that assumption that he just made, is that with 5 foot or 8 foot? Because I thought we were at 5 foot.
We drew it in that diagram as a 5-foot fence. So we have the street trees, then we have the evergreen screening, the type E buffer along Brook Street. And then as the site drops, you see the line of sight from the car. The frontal portion will be different. We actually drew that dotted line at 13 feet above grade.
I see where you're going with it.
I need to think about something. I'm done for now.
I have questions about the schools themselves. That's all right. Did you know that?
I asked how much they weighed and whether there was risk of them blowing over. They don't know how much it weighs, but they don't think it'll blow over. They're wooden and they're stacked 4 high.
That 3.2, install, is that stacked sideways like in the picture? Or is that upright?
It is. If it's standing upright, they're 4 or 5 feet, but current on their sides, that's 3, just the area 3 feet.
So it's 13 feet tall.
So it says that a little school will be approximately 8 feet tall. So how are you going to store the loaded spools?
The loaded spools, they can only be stacked just one on top of another loaded spool. So that's it.
Do you happen to know the weight of a loaded spool averaging?
No, I asked about empty schools. I didn't ask about it.
Let me, we'll come back to that. Let me, I think I have my notes, let me do some looking here.
For your renderings, the topography, are these your renderings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did
We
staff,
agree with those.
did you confirm that these renderings are relatively accurate in regard to grade? Tiffany, the staff, do you agree that these renderings are accurate with regard to grade? These are their renderings?
Staff would defer to an engineer to do topographic readings and provide this. We have not done any analysis to determine whether or not the information provided by the engineer is accurate, but would normally trust their professional certification.
What kind of equipment is going to be used to move the spools? forklifts, K-loaders, just forklifts.
And there's a single dock on the back of the facility, with two docks.
There's 2 docks and 1 drive-in.
Sorry.
There's a drive-in ramp and a dock on each side of the building, so there's 3 overhead doors, 2 of which are dock house.
Because there's not a lot of area to the rear of the building, right? I mean, there's obviously not room for an 18-wheeler driving there and turn around. I mean, are they coming in, they're accessing, I'm assuming, off of Brook Street, not Chief Henson Drive, right?
Correct.
And then driving through the storage area, phase 1, actually phase 2, I guess, and then driving to the rear of the building to load and unload, right?
Correct.
So, what was the question?
Well, I'm just trying to determine the, you're saying at the height of operations 3 years out, 7 to 10 trucks a week.
That's not there at the same time, that's, a truck.
No, sure. But there's to be a whole lot of room behind the building there for, I mean, I'm assuming it worked as there was used there before.
When you say behind the building, you mean to the side of the building?
No, to the rear of the building.
There's no, the docks are on the side of the building where phase 2 is, or excuse me, where phase 3 is.
Okay.
So on the western, the eastern side of the building, but the rear, the southern side, the rear of the house.
I see, okay. That's where I was missing.
So the docks are in the outside storage.
I got you. Okay, that makes
Which is
sense.
part of the truck work.
So the trucks are gonna have to come through the loading area, or where you're going to house the schools, correct? In that same area?
Yes, it'll come through, and actually it's the existing entrance that's there today. It'll come through that same entrance. It's just, the storage area will have to be in a way where the trucks can get to the building.
I'm assuming we would see most of the entries and exits to the facility off of Keener, not coming down Brook Street. I think that's the thing we're all kind of concerned about is with the soccer fields there and kids and having a lot of truck traffic up and down Brook Street.
Keener will be
Yeah.
going north-south traffic to Wilkinson at any time.
Any other questions?
I just want to go back to the third finding again.
Okay.
So again, we're talking about will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property located where proposed. And you all's answer as well, the adjoining property is industrial, this is basically the same kind of use, so it's consistent with what's on the adjoining properties and it wouldn't harm them. Is that my understanding of how you propose to answer this? I mean, again, I'm trying to...
We said we're taking a light manufacturing use and then replacing it with a light manufacturing use while also improving the aesthetics of the building, the streetscape, dressing it up, better so than it is in its current state. Spending quite a amount of dollars to get it to that state. And, that almost every neighbor has the same zoning designation and don't see it affecting the value negatively impacting the value of any adjoining neighbors.
Substantially negatively affecting them.
We don't see it negatively affecting the value.
If there's a concern about truck traffic, and I think we did this or considered with the warehouse in North Belmont, and we restrict exiting traffic to turn left on Keener, and it's a city street, would that be within our realm?
Turn left on Brook.
On Brook,
Yeah.
to reach Keener, just to eliminate the possibility we have people coming down Brook Street to where the soccer fields.
I think this is something you can totally discuss with the applicant. It's something, whether or not they're able to volunteer this, but the special use permit is specifically related to outdoor storage. So it's not that we can't add other conditions if you all discuss them, but that is the purpose of coming before you for a special use permit.
I mean, under that, would that be something that would fall under public safety? Would that be considered in the realm of public safety use?
In just looking at the map too, it's not necessarily the exit, and I don't know, I mean, to be Parks is gonna have to talk about this, but I do remember kind of going door to door in this area, and it's also where they enter at. So if you're going from down Keener, are you taking a left into Brook Street? Because the issues we've had in that area is over there in front of the White Brady Field, is trucks going down Tucker Road, or they're also trying to go through, what was the other road? There was another road in there that they were also trying to, but they were getting stuck, so there was an issue there. So now there's potential danger as opposed to that, is what some of the neighbors in that area are talking about. Jim, you know what we're talking about, with that on the corner there?
Yeah.
It might be,
This 10th Street.
yeah, it might be 10th Street. But again, that, if we're talking about the traffic, just something to kind of think about as well, when we're looking at this map.
I want to forewarn them about Parade Day too.
So the fencing is strictly for aesthetic purposes. It's not gonna be designed to, in case one of these schools gets loose and starts rolling, it's not gonna stop it.
The fence is for security of the particular.
Security is great, but there's no risk of these schools rolling. They're sitting on the ground and they're not, stacked, right? So say somebody comes by with a forklift, bumps it, and now it's not there because it's stacking 4 high and it's rolling. Right. Well, I can tell you that Project Server is very concerned about, they're concerned about, protecting their investment as well. They don't want people coming in and, kids coming in and spray painting or throwing beer bottles or whatever. So it's as much for them as much a safety issue as it is a screening issue, which is, to hide the storage.
Can I ask Alec a question, or is it ship sailed?
No, you can't.
Alec?
Sir.
Based on your historical knowledge, do you know whether trucks similar to what they're discussing visited the facility when Marlatex was there?
The question was?
Were trucks similar to what is being proposed to come in and out of this facility? Were trucks similar to that visiting the facility when it was occupied by Marlatex?
There were. I don't know the extent, but they were bringing in raw product and shipping it out. No personal knowledge, but I assume it had to be with box trucks or 18-wheelers.
Okay.
Larger trucks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Do we ever get a weight on those schools? Did you ever find it? I've been checking emails and trying to find out. I'm sorry.
All right, no further questions or questions pending?
I have nothing further.
For what it's worth, I mean, I think it's a very intriguing proposal. I think it's exciting news for Belmont, and what Rick mentioned, having manufacturing things in there, not someone that's utilizing it for warehouse space, that could be more transient. We've got constantly got turnover in that building. I think it's a positive thing for our town, and I think, assuming we can get past some of these issues that we address, it seems like we're making, going in that direction. One of the main concerns we have, as you can tell, is public safety. And I think if we can do things subsequently tonight, that would maybe do things like restrict exiting traffic from the facility, turning left on Brook Street instead of going the opposite way towards the soccer fields, that would obviously, make us feel better, I think, about it. But, thank you.
So anybody signed up? Anybody else signed up?
I don't have anyone signed up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, you can have a motion.
All right, I'm going to entertain a motion to come out of public hearing.
I'll make the motion.
All right, motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are out of public hearing.
Now, the next item is to consider approval. And so in the past, what we'll do is take each of these findings separately. I'll read them to you and we'll take a vote.
Question.
Yeah.
In regards to like what Tiffany said about adding in, let's say, the council finds defense, or to Jason and Richard's point, certain exit points. Is this a point where we want to do that now?
I think the exit points, where is this area? The exit points, are they covered in the plan review and committee?
Well, do we need to reopen the hearing if we're gonna hear this?
Let me, he's got to get, we close the public hearing. So, I guess first of all, there's concern about the fence height and the access.
Correct.
I'm not sure you can address access in this, but you can the fence height. Now, excuse me just a minute, I can't so like. Let's have a motion to go back in the public hearing.
Move to reopen the public hearing.
Second.
All right, motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right,
I had a chance to clarify is that what got us to the special use permit is the outdoor storage. But the special use permit itself, when it talks about the request, is a request to allow for a heavy manufacturing use as defined in chapter 2. So it is up to you all ultimately, but it could be brought in to include anything that's necessary in the operations to support what our ordinance defines as a heavy manufacturing use, which could potentially include any vehicular travel patterns as we so determine in your findings of that.
Would staff have any recommendation about that from a safety point of view?
The staff at this time has not analyzed that component of this application and would normally do that as part of a plan review. Kinley Horn has not and is not anticipated to do any sort of turn movement analysis other than what, normally that would be required on an NCDOT road. Brook is a city street, and so that wouldn't be triggered there. And because they are not triggering a FAA, that level of engineering analysis is not anticipated. So it's something we would talk about at the staff level moving forward. But it hasn't been analyzed to date because the focus of staff at this point has been related to the outdoor storage. Certainly, is something staff would carry out any vision of council. And if this is a concern, something we would be happy to follow your lead on how to make sure it's covered.
Mr. Bryant, would the owner have any objection to a vehicular restriction, Brook and Keener?
I don't think so. I would imagine every truck would be coming from Keener.
Would that be satisfactory to the panel?
I think it would. I mean, there's precedent, we've done this in North Belmont. I mean, I think it would. I mean, we have a park right there with a few, and we also got to think Crescent, the overall master development plan calls for, if that is approved in the future, of the revitalization of that whole area where it's going to connect those pieces. So we don't want a bunch of trucks going through that area.
Again, I mean, with the proximity to Keener, I can't imagine they would be opposed to that. It's a much easier entry and exit.
I think stipulating it would be prudent,
Yeah.
because it does happen in
Yeah.
talking to the residents.
We'll
and the businesses.
stipulate that in other conditions.
Okay.
Also,
Stipulate, just to be precise,
Yeah.
stipulate what?
vehicular access limited to Keener and Brook.
All right.
Access being rest, egress, and regress.
Okay, that's fine. And
Is
this
the
their
fence height,
amendment.
is the fence height still an issue? Okay, what's your preference, what's your preference?
I think 8 feet.
Would the owner have objection to an 8-foot fence height as a condition?
I think we prefer. We prefer it.
Okay.
Because the other option that we discussed so far was 5.
You prefer
But
it?
that's because it's cap, that's the cap for the city of Belmont.
Right.
You
6 or 8, I mean, just,
Let's do, council, am I hearing that?
Well, 8 was, I think 8 is what they said in the application, that they'd be willing to,
Okay.
if we were to impose that condition, they'd be amendments, but.
Okay. Were those the two issues that you were concerned about?
Is the rest of the council satisfied with, because you're thinking about these schools being stacked 13 feet high?
so
you
I
got
was
8
thinking
foot.
about 10 feet at least, because you're gonna have 13 feet, approximately, these things are 3.2.
Can you pull up the diagram for this?
Because the topography affects that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm more worried about safety,
Yes.
as far as.
This one.
So not a,
This is
that
the
the
Brook
one?
Street line.
So while we're doing that, let me ask this. How close to the fence would these schools be stored, such that if they fell over, I mean, are they just gonna fall over within the secured, area, or, I mean, you know, that's, I guess, one of the considerations.
Yeah, so again, I'm not with Project Server, so I don't, you know, I don't do what they do, but, yeah. It kind of slopes down here, right, so nothing's rolling out into the street. You know, it's not rolling uphill. It's somewhere to fall or get the slide, but I imagine they just stack them up in here and, you know, it's away from any, you know, you got an 8-foot fence there, no one's hopping over that. Trying to, I don't know, there's nothing there for me. It's not, I don't see any concern with a school falling off and rolling into traffic or rolling into a baseball field or a soccer field. I don't see how that scenario would ever happen.
Again, my big thing is like, the wind's not gonna blow one over.
No.
But, you know, somebody having a bad day on the forklift knocks it over.
Right.
That top one's not gonna get caught by the fence, it's gonna roll out. And then at that point, it's on, the laws of gravity to stop it, so.
Right, I just, the way that the contour of the property, I don't see how that could ever get to a, you know, a dangerous situation.
okay, before we move off of this 8 foot is,
So let me just, so I'm clear, okay, so the 8-foot fence, now, as far as the traffic restrictions, it would be to enter the facility off of Keener onto Brook, and to exit, left turn only on Brook to reach Keener.
And there.
That's gonna be key too,
Yeah.
and for the safety component of it.
okay. That cover it, concerns before we, let's come out of public hearing.
Motion come out of public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
We're on public hearing.
All right, we're gonna start again on the, findings. First finding is the use meets all required principles and specifications of the code, LDC, and any adopted land use plans. All in favor, raise your hand. 2, that's unanimous. 2, the proposed plan, if developed according to the plan submitted and approved, will be visually and functionally compatible to the surrounding area. All those in favor? Unanimous. 3, the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety and will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property if located where proposed. All in favor? Unanimous. Okay. The findings have been met. Now, does someone want to make a motion to accept, to issue the special use permit with the conditions as amended?
I will make the motion to issue the special use permit with the conditions as amended by council tonight.
And I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're, as Jason said, we're very happy that this project is coming here. We obviously do our due diligence and make sure that, safety is of the utmost, but we're very excited about this opportunity, and we welcome Project Server to Belmont.
Awesome, thank you so much, we're excited as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you at the county level.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I really do appreciate it.
All right, that brings us to agenda item number 6 for text amendment 2023-1028. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're in public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My presentation is going to be much more involved, so just to be forewarned. This is text amendment 2023-02A. This is an amendment to a text amendment that went to the planning board in June and y'all approved in July to allow swimming pools, small swimming pools, swim spas, cocktail pools, I've heard them called, inside yards, up to 200 square feet. So, basically a 10 by 20 swim spa. It could be located in the side yard. If someone wanted to, they could have the rest of the pool in the rear yard and have an L-shaped pool or just a more elongated pool, but only 200 feet could be in the side yard. So you approved that in July. We overlooked the allowance of, in 3.9.2, it's stated that pools could only be located in the rear yard. So this is an administrative correction of an inconsistency in the code. Yeah, she's on. You'll see pools highlighted in the left-hand column as being disallowed in rear yards. We've stricken that from item D in the right-hand column and revised and added item C in the proposed text. So we're asking you to approve this staff-initiated text amendment to the Land Development Code to correct an inconsistency that we overlooked. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions on the text amendment?
No, but I do know that we do have, and correct me if I'm wrong, we do have a few residents that are pending this text amendment to be completed, right? For their projects. At least some have come to me and voiced their opinions in regards to the process of this.
Right, so we have one applicant to my knowledge that is looking to install a pool. And there was a discrepancy noted about the mechanical equipment associated with that pool. The mechanical equipment is still currently limited to the rear yard. So on a side yard, the applicants that have come through our door would ideally like to have their mechanical equipment for their side yard pool also located in the side yard. There's one active to my knowledge, but it doesn't mean there aren't other people following this discussion.
Motion to approve.
We got to come out of public.
Sorry, motion to come out of public.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, we are out of public hearing. We're now on item number 6, so I entertain a motion to go ahead and approve text amendment 2023-02A.
Motion to approve is presented.
All right, we have a motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
I would also move that this proposed text amendment is reasonable and in the best interest of the public because it corrects an inconsistency in the Land Development Code and is consistent with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan goals number 1 and number 2.
I second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
And just for our new folks, when we have these amendments, these text amendments, we not only have to approve the amendment, but we need a second motion that we have the Land Development Code, which is like the technical stuff, and we have the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, which is like our big picture guiding document. We have to make a separate motion that what we're doing is consistent with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. So that's why.
That's mandated by the state, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Moving forward, item 7, we have a recommendation of consultant for the comprehensive land use plan update.
Thank you, council. But again, this is a presentation. We are excited to share that we are ready to recommend to you a consultant to help assist the city with updating our comprehensive land use plan. So just a little bit of background on this effort. Belmont's current comprehensive land use plan update was adopted in the spring of 2018. And in order to get to that point, an RFP, or request for proposals, was initially released in the summer of 2016. So you can see there, it took just under 2 years from the time the RFP was released to when we were able to successfully adopt our update for the 2018 version that's current and active today. North Carolina General Statute 160D 501 requires that all local governments adopt and reasonably maintain a comprehensive plan if they would like to apply zoning regulations within the municipal limits or any other county jurisdictions. So, what does reasonably maintain mean? The UNC School of Government notes that community plans should be updated every 5 to 10 years. So while that time frame is not outlined specifically in the statutes themselves, that is the professional guidance that has been provided to us as city staff on how frequently these plans need to be updated. That being said, we are, from time of adoption, we are more than 5 years in, and you can see it takes almost 2 years sometimes to get updates to occur. We are hoping ours is not that long of a process this time, but we also want to make sure that the community's voice is represented in that plan, and so we don't want to limit that either. So we do want to go ahead and get started. That is staff's recommendation on selecting a consultant and moving forward the process to hear from the community on what land use should look like in the future for the city of Belmont. So some of the factors that normally determine when municipalities and how often municipalities update this long-range plan include our rate of growth and change, as well as changing physical, economic, or social conditions. So we have heard from council that the vision that was the vision in 2018, there has been a lot that has happened between 2018 and today. And so we felt that the time was right and to go ahead and get started. And so staff, per council's guidance in November 2023, officially released a request for proposals to update our comprehensive land use plan. We received 6 very qualified proposals, and each of those proposals was individually and diligently reviewed by our comprehensive land use plan selection committee. And Pluserbia Design was ultimately recommended by this selection committee to assist with the city's comp plan update. Prior to coming before you as council for your official selection, we also took this recommendation to planning board to determine whether or not they agreed with the selection committee's recommendation. And so in December 2023, planning board had the opportunity to hear from the selected consultant, who is Pluserbia Design, on their approach, and Pluserbia was able to answer any questions planning board had in dialogue type format. And at the end of that discussion, planning board unanimously supported the selection committee's recommendation to move forward with Pluserbia Design. And so staff is now seeking council's approval of Pluserbia Design so that we can, if you so choose, begin working with that team on contract preparation to get things solidified to move forward in 2024. So really wanted just to share a really high level on some of the highlights. Again, every firm that we received a proposal for had very great qualifications. We are blessed to be able to say that. Not every community would have such competitive proposals being presented to them, and we did. So this is not to say, and I would never say anything bad about any of the proposals we received. We would be lucky to work with any of them. But we specifically wanted to highlight some of the things that rose to the top with Pluserbia and their team. And one of this starts with who they claim to be, right? So Pluserbia has provided a partnership proposal for us. So Pluserbia plus Mint Design Co. And who are we? So this is what they shared with us when they interviewed. They said, "We are a team specializing in value creation through community revitalization and design. We believe that great places are created over time, respecting their history, their culture, and their character, and they're able to adapt to the needs of the community, building legacies for future generations." Their definition of who they were seemed to align with the vision of who we are as a city. And so this is one of the first things that we noticed about their proposal. As you can see on this slide too, we'll talk a little bit more about this. The graphic representation throughout their proposal noted a very strong aesthetic appeal, but also attention to detail. So you'll see that in some of the examples that have been provided. So their team consists of representation from multiple different organizations, which we felt also made this a very strong team to help the city guide through what the future of our municipality should look like as we continue to grow, as well as respect our history and culture. That team, while it consists of more, the leads are Juan Mora, I believe I got that right, with Serbia, Michael Dunning with MID, Dylan Gary, who's out of the Greenville, South Carolina office with Serbia, and then also a unique addition to the team was a nonprofit called the Center for Comprehensive Planning. Joseph Eisenberg is the lead with that organization that is part of this project team. Also Heather Jones with the MRB group, and also a housing specialist, R. John Anderson. So because of the continued conversations that the city has had, specifically related to housing and housing forms, this was a unique aspect to the proposal as well, having a specifically dedicated expert in that field on the team. So just some plan elements. This was consistent across the proposals we've received because this is what was included in the city's RFP. So I share that to say, I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page on the types of topics that we would anticipate as the team seeing updated. And then there is a question mark because Serbia shared that they understand they don't know what they don't know. So sometimes during public engagement, they are fully aware and ready to listen to the community to say if other things in our plan need to be updated, they understand that need, they're ready to listen, they're ready to adapt the scope and to incorporate those things into the update that we need for our community. So specifically outlined our land use, transportation, parks and open space, looking at our place types within our community, what we want to see and in what locations, housing, any special districts or small area plans, public health as an added component, which we haven't really addressed in the current plan. This includes the county's more recent efforts towards health and all policies and looking at the decisions that we make as a body and how it impacts not only the health of people today, but the health of people in the future generations in our community. Historic preservation. How do we preserve the history and the culture that exists within our fabric of Belmont going into the future as we continue to grow? As well as ways that we can implement the plan once it's finally put in place and move that forward to actually seeing that become a reality. And so we have a chapter right now that talks about how we implement that, but we had specifically asked in the RFP for increased strategies to assist staff with ongoing implementation. And that is one of the things that the nonprofit partner within their proposal uniquely offered to do. And so that was one of the things that separated them when staff reviewed it as a selection committee as well as with planning board's review. So some of the other proposal highlights I wanted to share is this team also has experience with form-based code. So Belmont is unique in, not alone, but a lot of communities around us have what they call a Euclidean code, or it's mainly text-based, right? We have a form-based code. So our code, with our land development code, it has regulations that are primarily guided by the form that you would see within the different areas of town and what types of forms are allowable. We also talk about the uses that are allowed within those forms to some extent, but we were one of the first in the state, but also the nation, to implement a form-based code at our core to define who we are, and that was really driven by the need to do so because of the type of housing and the unique conditions of being a mill village. And so the predecessors of our community implemented a form-based land development code, and having somebody to understand what that looks like when we're talking about future land use planning as it relates to the code that we have in place for implementation today, was something that was a unique perspective for us, and their proposal had really strong indicators of not just experience in one community that had a form-based code, but multiple. The one big thing that for me personally, I think is an asset in this is that the documents can then talk to one another, right? So if we refer to something in one way in our land development code, it could be referred to in the same way in our future land use planning. That way, it's easier for everyone to understand exactly what those two documents are saying, how they relate to one another, and what the actual vision is when it comes to coming before you all for a text amendment or a conditional zoning to say, well, you know, is it consistent with the comprehensive land use plan? Well, if it's speaking a different language than the land development code, it can become a little bit difficult to see how clear and consistent that aligning is. By having those synced up a little bit better, I think it'll be easier, not only for staff, but for the community to have a more transparent view of what the current regulations are, as well as the future vision. The other highlight that I wanted to note here is the team's prioritization of community engagement. With any comprehensive land use plan, that plan should reflect the community's vision for growth and development. If there is no community engagement and participation, the plan as a document might look pretty, but it doesn't do its job, and its job is to make sure that we're aligning where our city is going with where the community wants it to go. And so by prioritizing community engagement and having a robust proposal to engage our community in several different ways, both digital and in person, and within different neighborhood areas, their proposal, while others did shine in this area as well, did want to make sure that we highlighted that as a component of theirs specifically. And also, one of the highlights, and I talked about it before, was their specific team that they organized and the focus area experience that they're bringing to the table to help guide us in determining and weighing out factors related to future land use. This includes their experience with resilient and sustainable community planning efforts, historic preservation planning efforts, neighborhood revitalization plans, as well as what we talked about before with bringing on specialists for incremental housing options for our community and an economic analysis of land use decisions with the MRB group as the consultant of the team doing that component. Again, we talked about visual presentation. All of the graphics that were included in the proposal provided by Preservia Design were produced in-house by their project team. So this, from our understanding, would help to save costs where that outsourcing for graphic design and compiling would not need to be upcharged. They can do that, and that's included within the cost for their proposal. More importantly, this would provide throughout the entire process an ability to communicate any ideas through imagery to be able to solicit clear feedback from our community about whether or not something that's envisioned could be supported, and if it can, in what locations. So on the screen here, you see just some excerpts from other plans. It doesn't have all one look. It can look however we need to for our plan document. We did just want to share some highlights of some of the graphic capabilities submitted within their proposal. And then they provided this little handy flip through too of just some and plan. You can see it's mainly pictures, right? So a lot of times in communities, as staff, we're tasked with reading all of the text. But if you just want something quickly, it goes back to that old adage of a picture speaks 1,000 words. So having something that's able to really cleanly and clearly explain to the community what's intended for a piece of property and or a specific area, we feel as a selection committee would be really valuable to having with that consultant. This is just project-wide. Our target timeline initially was, from a staff's idea, would be a 12 to 18-month process. And this is, again, depending on coordination with concurrent planning efforts. So we are looking to run updating our comprehensive land use plan concurrently with an creation of a multimodal network plan in partnership with, I believe it's Kimlin Horn, which is a grant that we applied for within COT that they will be covering 80% of the costs. We are only responsible for 20% of the costs. We got that grant last year. We're looking to start that concurrently, so we can look at land use not in an isolated bucket, but alongside of transportation and how those would work together. As well as any other small area plan consultants that may be interested in joining. So I know there's a couple of private property owners in downtown. There's one, and then there may be other ones. The last comp plan update, we worked very closely with the Montcross team to be able, with Belmont Abbey, to be able to update their small area plan there. So we want to make sure that we can coordinate all of these land use planning efforts with future land use together. So when we talk about timeline, that's something during those contract negotiations we will need to look at in a little bit more detail to see exactly how that all falls, to make sure we're having the right people around the table at the right times and that the right data is available to help inform these recommendations. I talked a little bit about plan implementation before. One of the unique things about the proposal for Blue Serbia was that the Center for Comprehensive Planning, as a nonprofit member of the team, as part of their proposal, they included that they are equipped and able to provide personalized follow-up services to Belmont staff for the next 2 years following adoption at minimal or no cost to the city to help ensure that the vision of the city is carried out. In addition to that, that nonprofit arm would also be able to help to assist with any grant writing or grant applications that would specifically help for plan implementation. So that is included in this proposal as well.
So just real quick, on the cost, minimal or no additional cost, do we have anywhere where it outlines any type of schedule or anything like that, or is it just no additional cost? Because I just want to make sure when we approve this, we're understanding any type of financial implications to it.
Sure. So the city had budgeted, as part of the approved budget for this fiscal year, $125,000 to assist with the update of the comprehensive land use plan. The current proposal, as provided by Serbia, was just under that. So they're not asking to exceed what was adopted. That being said, some of the things that we still need to have ongoing conversations on, and we are ready to do that if this is the consultant that you all would like to move forward with, is to have a meeting between any selected land use, comprehensive land use plan consultant and Kimley Horn and any other consultant, so that we can really start to draft out what that timeline looks like. And if there is any additional workload that would be needed beyond what was outlined in the request for proposal. No matter who we select today, that conversation is necessary and needed so that we can get to a specific contract that outlines all of the terms for everyone to make sure we understand exactly what's included in that. But this was not the highest cost proposal we got, nor was it the lowest. I would say it was somewhere fairly in the middle.
But tonight is, you're only choosing the actual consultant, so this is not
That's
like a
correct.
contract at this
Right.
time. So we're gonna bring back the contract at a later date.
Yeah. So with regard to the fee, did I hear you say that 80% of the fee would potentially be subsidized for?
Not for this effort. So when we talk about doing this effort concurrently with the multimodal network plan,
Okay.
the multimodal network plan was originally estimated as a $60,000 plan, and NCDOT will be covering 80% of that cost.
I've got some questions, but I'll let you finish.
That's it.
Yeah, sorry. The only other question I have, just since we're at this cost zone, and I understand that we're not approving the final contract, but it would be interesting to understand and see, is this a normal cost for the city of our size that we're spending $125,000? Because if I recall correctly, from the budget of $125,000, the discussion was nothing. It wasn't finite to say, well, this is how much it should cost. It was just an arbitrary number that was put in there. So I'd be curious to understand, it's a little bit under, well, what does it compare to other municipalities and things like that?
From my understanding, this is very reasonable of a municipality of our size. And I would say that while there was a large range, this is nowhere near the top of the proposals that we received.
I just think for the final contract, we understand the financials of that.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Any other questions?
So are you going to your presentation then?
I I am, unless you guys have any more questions, the only thing I'm here for tonight is to share with you the selection recommended for updating our comprehensive land use plan. We do have a representative from the design firm, Michael Dunning is here as well, so if you have any questions for the design team, as you consider this decision, they're happy to answer anything as well. We're just looking for feedback.
So I'd be curious to hear any references that you may have spoken to through the process with similar sized towns and similar scopes of projects, to ours, and what your thoughts were on those references.
Sure, so I did make some calls to references, and everyone had nothing but positive feedback to share by these consultants. Some of the comprehensive land use plan references I checked were in Florida, as that's where Juan, who's the lead, is primarily located, although this team also worked on the Greenville Gateway plan, so I also reached out to the city of Greenville and to see what their experience was like.
Greenville,
South Carolina. We spoke as well. That plan, interestingly, from my understanding, was started out not actually by the city, but they got the city involved, understanding that their support was critical to the success of the plan, and ultimately engaged in public engagement to make sure that all parties were well represented before that plan was ultimately finalized. And so I did speak with Greenville as well about their experience in that process, even though that was more of a unique approach. And again, everyone had positive references. I also have spoken about just individual personal references. I spoke with a representative from the town of Davidson about his experience working specifically with Michael Dunning in a previous capacity, and again, nothing but positive feedback from anyone that I called.
With Greenville, since you mentioned that, because I think they've done some really nice things there, do you have any idea how long they've been engaged with Greenville, just serving?
So they're not engaged actively with the city of Greenville or the municipality. So they were working on, from my understanding, and Michael, you might want to help me out here, an interesting piece of the community where it was technically outside of the city limits, but it was right at its border, and it was in a transition zone, right? So how does that flow? What does that look like as we talk about land uses and what's appropriate and what everybody wants? So that was really interesting to hear, because that means we're talking about people that might be more urban and people that might be more suburban or rural, trying to figure out what happens in the middle, right? And having those dialogues and conversations to put together a plan that everyone can ultimately support.
So do you get the feeling in talking with them that most of their work has been for like project-specific jobs like the one you just mentioned in Greenville, or larger master plans like we're talking here?
I would say that it feels as if it's a mix. They do a lot of small area planning and focused groups, as well as some comprehensive land use plans, but they have a broad portfolio of that. They're not a firm that just provided experience doing comprehensive land use plans. They provided examples throughout of all different sizes and scales.
It might be directed to them. Can we get some specific examples in regards to the community engagement piece of it? Because that's going to be the most important part. And as we've done the middle housing, the board, we're trying to understand, I think all of this needs to coincide. But the first passage, in my opinion, we didn't do correct. So we had to go back to the drawing board to add additional residents so that we have more diverse opinions at the table. So my biggest concern, because this is such a huge deal, which I've said time and time again, is we need to make sure we have anyone who wants to come out voice their opinion to this.
Sure, I can certainly let them speak to that, but I would say, just as the staff working with them, it would be of utmost priority for us to have city council sit down and make sure that, first and foremost, they understand not just what staff wants from a functional perspective, right, of how a comp plan needs to function to serve us in guiding decisions from our staff, but what has council heard, and what do we need to make sure happens in part of that process to make sure that the plan can be successful? Who needs to be at the table? What kinds of engagement do you all find to be most successful? But from staff's perspective, it's not a one-size-fits-all. We're going to do temperature checks. If we do an event and we're hoping it turns out well and there's not enough turnout, we're not done because we didn't get the voice that we needed, right? The right people haven't shown up. So we're going to have to go back to the drawing table and say, all right, let's try that again. How do we make sure we get people at the table? How do we make sure we're getting their voice heard? But I would welcome them to come up and share about some of the examples of ways they've done engagement in other communities that they kind of have in their engagement toolbox.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Again, my name is Michael Dunning. I'm with Men Design Collaborative. We're the co-lead on this with Plus Serbia. Specific questions about missing middle housing, that type of thing. You know, where the topic, if you will, is fairly focused. One of the things certainly is making sure that you have the range of stakeholders that are necessary to get feedback. One of the things we're going to be doing quite a bit is listening. We've said that a lot during our presentations, both selection committee and to the planning board. The second thing is educating. I think there's a lot of things that folks don't know about, say, a topic, again, missing middle housing or affordable housing. Those kinds of things get a little strange to some ears in terms of really what are the options out there in the world that we consider. And so we have done this consistently where we've worked to make sure that folks first understand why we're talking, why we're in a room collected together. And a little bit of education on the topic goes a long way. We've done this as far afield as an Indian tribe, sent down a Pueblo Indian tribe in Albuquerque to boroughs in Pittsburgh. So we've really had a good range of experience in that, from an urban setting to a rural setting to an indigenous setting. Really collecting the data, getting the stakeholders together, and having a good consistent building effort is the key.
So specifically though, in regards to the community engagement, I mean, like, what is it, like events, pop-up event, like, talk to me about that.
Sure.
Because again, you said the key stakeholders, and I agree, the key stakeholders, but the key stakeholders, in my opinion, for this are the citizens who live and existing. So I want to make sure they have their voices and their seats at the table. That's the most imperative part to this.
And the challenge comes if you do get a good audience, you get a collection of folks that do attend, whether it's an in-person meeting or, you know, not long ago, it was just a Zoom kind of meeting. Are you getting input? A lot of folks don't raise their hand, right, in the public setting. They're too afraid to speak up. So we have tools, touchpoint software. There's lots of things that we use for that. Touchpoint actually was something that Oprah used first, so we kind of borrowed it from her. But it's a way to solicit real-time data from folks, first impression data, input from folks, and a real-time response. And so we use that in settings where folks, especially today's age, where folks are very keen to use their phones or to use some kind of a device as opposed to their voice. So that's one way to do it.
Does that happen, does that happen in the community engagement meetings?
It does.
So not after the fact, but.
It happens in the meeting. A lot of times we can set up so that actual responses aren't shown. It's just a yes or no kind of thing, or a maybe. And actual sort of annotations and additional input that folks put down can be held more privately. There's different ways to set it up for that. We find that very useful.
Yeah.
As a way to collect data. The old school version of that is just index cards, right? You know, kind of a private vote, private commentary. Again, all this occurs after we do the gathering, the educating, and to make sure everybody's clear as to why we're there. Visual preference surveys are a good thing. We use those, and by that I mean it's essentially a series of images. What do you like? And what appeals to you visually? That might be a set of housing types. It might be, you know, we might be talking landscaping at some point. You know, what appeals to you? And we collect that data and regurgitate that back.
It's all good. I think what my colleague was saying is, how do you get those people in the room? How do you get enough people in the room to do all these wonderful things?
Yeah.
I think is the concern.
Yeah, and that's a good point too, because where I was just trying to get to after that is, we've done all this stuff too, right? We've done surveys, Touchpoint, I believe I've heard we've done, or maybe you've done someone else, some other consultant. So this isn't all new technology. It's not like, you know, cutting edge. So how do we get the people there, to Jim's point?
Sure. Well, we've talked about this already, a higher degree than normal of advanced social media outreach. Why is this important to you? Much in the same way that we've seen the RFP as a very important, timely thing for the purposes that we're talking about. It's one of these things that you really just have to put it out there and express why it's important. So,
I would say the other thing that I think is important to make sure, and I can't stress this enough, is a message coming from me as a staff to say, hey, come out and give me your feedback, is going to be received, but it's going to be received much differently than if the residents in our community help to spread the word and really emphasize why it's important. And so we can talk about what it's used for, we can talk about all of these things, and we will certainly do all of our efforts that we can to work with Jamie, for Public Information Officer, to put it out, in a broad range and do all the things that we normally do. But I would stress that that's not enough. It takes everybody to have a vested stake in it to say to their neighbor, hey, are you going to go to that meeting they're having? It's really important. Hey, what do we want for our neighborhood? Where's our HOA representatives, right? Maybe we go to the HOA if they ask us to, right? But what does that look like? Is there something that I can take and maybe around my kitchen table say, hey, we weren't able to make it out, right? But me and my community, we all sat around and we talked about it. We have some things we'd like to share, right? And give them that feedback. But it's going to be different if it's only done by staff. It's got to be, in order to get the engagement, from my understanding, got to be something where it's important to council, it's important to planning board, it's important to all of our advisory boards, and it's important to our residents that everybody's spreading the message to say, hey, come out, participate, give us that feedback. Because it matters more if your neighbor asks you for a favor than it does if a city staff member asks you. And it impacts you more.
I don't disagree, but I think also, I don't think tonight's the night, but I think this is a bigger discussion because this is a huge step for the city of Belmont, in my opinion. I think we need to understand what the value proposition is as well to this. So again, we have capabilities of surveys. I understand, hear what you're saying. Maybe it's better if it comes from someone else. But what is the value of this is what I'm trying to understand. You're asking us to make a decision. This is who we want to go forward to, but I don't have any type of comparisons or data points to say, well, I'm making the most educated decision. That's what I'm trying to reach.
Well, we had a recommendation from the selection committee that reviewed 6 applications. Who was on the selection committee?
The staff selection committee consisted of 3 representatives from the planning department, myself, Alec Robinson with 25 years of experience to the city of Belmont as of December of this year, as well as Jamie Lacey on our team, and then Miles, the city manager, and Kevin, the assistant city manager.
And this was presented to the planning board, was it not? And there was, I believe you presented as well as another gentleman. And there was some discussion about some of these very issues before the planning board. Is that correct?
That is correct. There was 3 team representatives present at the planning board meeting, and the planning board members, there's 8 in total. They asked a good number of questions back and forth to the team, and so my understanding is we're working to make sure that those can be recorded in the future. But Jim is right, and he was in attendance. That we did ask.
The unanimous recommendation of the planning board was for us to go with La Serbia. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I do think, I think you alluded to it somewhat, and Alex alluded to it somewhat. Not only is it important to get the engagement and get people out here, but even this was talked about before the planning board as well, but you have people understand what they're doing, why are they there? What is the comprehensive land use plan? Why are they doing what they're doing? And not just oh, let's look at the pretty pictures on the easels and put a bunch of stickers someplace, but to understand really what they're doing and why they're there.
Absolutely. And it's one thing to hear about the comprehensive land use plan every time I come up here and talk about conditional zoning, but it's another to really understand all the other areas that our department uses that plan to help guide decisions. So that is the first stop. If a developer comes in to talk to me about a plan and they say, what do you think? Would the city support this? I'm going to pull out that comprehensive land use plan as step 1 and say, I don't know, let's check and see what the community would support. Right, that's the first guiding document. What it is not is something that's gonna be on the ground tomorrow. It is a visioning document, so it's to say, do we support what's envisioned for the future of our growth, right? We would need to talk about through implementation, how we go through ensuring the steps to make sure the vision can actually be built on the ground. But it's not changing in this scope, the land development code. Normally, updates to the land development code come after updating our comp plan to say, hey, if we want this vision of the comp plan to become a reality, here's what it's gonna take to make that happen. We've gotta make some changes, right, to do that. And we don't know what those changes will look like yet until we know what the community's vision is. But I do think it is important that we understand what that flow looks like, how this department uses that document, how city council uses that document. Even if it's just talking to a new business to say, well, hey, how much growth are you guys looking for before I look at my business here, right? How many more customers are you looking to attract in 5 years? That plan should have build-out projections in it. It does now, and we would expect that those would be updated based off of the envisioned land uses so that you guys have a very quick answer to that to say, based off of this, we don't know when growth's coming, but our envisioned land use could support up to this, right? Like that. All of that would be part of the conversations that we would have and the data that would be available in that plan. It's important that we have a community that understands what that plan is and what it's not so that we make sure we get the feedback that we need to help make it a success.
You asked the hardest question that we've got to address, obviously, that is participation. And that is something that the RFP actually touched on. And so early on, we knew that was going to be something that we needed to do. We're coming in and updating a plan. So some folks may say, well, why do we need to do that? We just did this. What are the imperatives? So how do we get folks to understand that?
I think the messaging is critical, as has kind of been pointed out tonight, is how that data is going to be used. That people aren't perceiving it as, this is a plan that's already been agreed to, we're just asking you to come look at it, right? But that they're going to have an active input in the final plan. That how that data is going to be used, I think, is critical in the messaging.
Let me, I guess, make a statement, maybe ask a question which might be directed to parks and staff. Now, I've gone through this a lot of times with you all and the MPO, where we have meetings for public input, and they're advertised, and we get very little participation sometimes. So, I've always wondered, if we're asking people to come to us, what if we flip the script? Can we go to where people are? Now, and this is where I would ask you, crossing some sort of line here, on Wednesday nights, I know where the people are in Belmont. And if you could do, most people are in church, and again, this is where we come to crossing some sort of line. But could you take it into an auditorium as if people are so moved, we know where they are, we got them there, would that be an appropriate?
That's a really good idea.
I would say that as staff, we're willing to go wherever we're invited. So if that's to a Rotary meeting, we're at a Rotary meeting. If that's to a church that wants to hear what we're doing, it's to a church. If it's to a neighborhood group, we go there.
Okay.
It's where we're invited. I would say, what I don't want to do is impose on somebody's worship service.
Sure.
But if we're invited there, we're happy to go there and to give
Well,
them as much
I don't think
information.
he meant we just show up with our board.
Yeah,
Right,
of course.
pass.
Yeah, but it's to Alex's point, this is going to be critical and very important. Public input is something that we really want. So, based on my experience that I shared, through the MPO in the city, I've attended a bunch of these things where we have 2 or 3 people trickle in. So really, instead of them coming to us, we can bring them, sort of visit the mountain to them, so to speak, if that's an option.
Sure.
So with that, do we have any other questions?
It was just one more, just briefly mentioned, I do think a workshop with council would be prudent. Of course, again, this is huge for us. This is the future development for Belmont, which we hear so much about. So.
Now, I don't see a staff recommendation here. Is this informational? Are you looking for consensus or motion?
Staff is presenting the recommendation of the entire selection committee, which is the staff selection committee, to move forward with Busby design, and we are asking council if you agree and would make the same recommendation. If you do, then that would allow staff to go ahead and start contract negotiations, really outlining exactly what that public engagement might look like, we're having the necessary conversations to make sure that's all fleshed out before a contract is then presented to you for your final acceptance.
So I'm gonna interpret that we need a motion. So I'll open the floor to a motion.
Think about how to word it.
Yeah. I'll make a motion that we approve the recommendation to use Plus Serbia as the consultant for the comprehensive land use plan update.
I'll second.
All right, motion and second, all in favor?
Uh,
All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see where we are. I believe we are at agenda item number 8, 2024 Christmas parade and tree lighting date change.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of council. Each year, you know that the city contracts with the Long Grove Area Chamber of Commerce to manage the Christmas parade, and you can see in your council packet, there's a memo and a letter, form memo from Boyce O'Toole, president of Long Grove Area Chamber, and she's going to be presenting this item as information tonight regarding the Christmas parade date change. So if that date is changed, then at that point, staff is also going to change the tree lighting ceremony to that Tuesday before the Wednesday parade. So I'll turn it over to Boyce.
So after, this year, as many of you know, we've had our parade on Tuesday for the last 74 years. But due to our float contractor, we no longer can get floats on Tuesday, the first Tuesday of December. So I started working on that as soon as I started working at the chamber. And I was talking to Alan Buchanan, and I said, well, next year our parade's going to have to be on November 26th. And he said, that's before Thanksgiving. And I was like, oh, okay. So we had to go back to the drawing board. And honestly, the drawing board is to move it to a Wednesday. I've talked to Klein Floats, that's who we've used for many, many years. We don't have a Tuesday. And if you look at the calendar, for this year and next year, 25, there's only 3 Saturdays between Thanksgiving and Christmas. And the final Saturday is the weekend before Christmas, so it's the 20th. So there's not, Dallas, Gastonia, Bessemer City all have theirs on a Sunday. Cherryville, Lowell, Ramlo, and Mount Holly all have theirs on a Saturday. Our neighboring town, Cramerton, has theirs the first Thursday of December, and McCannville has theirs the second Thursday. So really the only day that we can host our parade and not conflict with any of our neighboring towns and cities is Wednesday. Klein Floats has given us carte blanche on Wednesdays for at least this year, and going forward, he has said he doesn't have that many parades, or only one parade, excuse me. So we would like to change the parade to a Wednesday, which then in turn allows the DBA, the city, to host their tree lighting on Tuesday, which in turn helps the downtown businesses and other businesses because all the businesses are opening on Tuesday. Currently, we host the parade on Tuesday, the tree lighting is on Monday, and none of the businesses are open. So this change, while will be a big change after 74 years, will all in all help the city as a whole. I think the best thing to do would be to get this information out ASAP. So that would be social media, calendars, with our website, the DBA's website, so that people are aware. And of course, I'll send an email to all the past participants and let them know. We also have to think about the schools. And so I don't think it would mess with the schools if we changed it to a Wednesday. We just have to call our schools. I would call them immediately. And that's only our local schools. South Point, Belmont Middle, and the 2 elementaries. The other thing that we would, this is actually more on the police side for public safety, is we would like to change it from 3:30 to 3. That gives the Belmont Police time to clear out the traffic from the parade before as much 5 o'clock traffic. Not completely cleared out, but it just gives them 30 more minutes to get the parade traffic through before dark. At this point, we have volunteers, and then the police are at the end of the parade manning getting traffic from Catawba all the way to 74. So that gives them 30 more minutes of daylight, basically. So we would like to move the parade to 3 o'clock on the first Wednesday of December. Going forward.
The school board conversation, is that something that should happen before?
I don't know that it's a school board versus a school, because each city does their own release. So Stuart Kramer doesn't get out for our parade.
Right. So
Stuart Kramer
talking
actually gets
about
out for
local
3 parades,
schools.
but, yeah, so it's just local schools.
Okay.
So I don't think it's a school board or school calendar, I think it's a school local.
That is on the calendar, isn't it?
It is on calendar,
On their, on like the.
Probably on their
district's
calendar, yeah.
For
We'll
the
have to-
early release.
Well, I mean, I had people call me this year with, the parade being on the first Tuesday and questioning me why it was not on December 5th, of this year, and didn't realize it had been moved for a couple years.
And is that the reason why? I mean, if we've had it on this date for 74 years, why are the floats no longer available?
Well, we haven't had it for 74 years, we've actually had it for 71, and I think through COVID, the city of Belmont got bumped from being the primary parade. And so basically now we're fighting against Mooresville with Klein floats, and they get more floats than we do. So if we were to have the parade on the first Tuesday of December, which would be December 3rd, we would get 6 floats this year.
We lost our priority.
We lost our priority.
Is this the only company?
It's the only reputable company. I've gone down that line too.
I imagine you buy lights out there.
There's not that many, I mean, believe it or not, because it's seasonal.
So it's interesting, this thing, other than development, is probably one of the most debated items in development. Which day should the parade be on? And I've had a lot of people call me, and just from my perspective, I don't know if there's anything we can do, any other outlets we can exhaust, but as the history buff, we've kept it here for a reason, and there's particular reasons that came to light, primarily being during the mill days, during the retail, the businesses, they did close down. That's when people were let go to do and enjoy this, right? So for me, with my passion to history, is like I want to keep it the tradition a tradition. I hear what you're saying. I just wonder if there's other options we could look at as opposed to just moving the day.
To the extent that the parade has to immediately follow the tree lighting, I mean, that was something I didn't think about before, was that you do have a lot of businesses that are closed on Mondays, so they're not getting the benefit that they would if it were held on another.
The one thing I've always thought about with that, because I've thought about that too, is the business's decision, right? I mean, if they wanted to open up during an event that they know is happening, they could open up. I mean, change holiday schedules, I mean, that's the only thing that I thought with that.
There's another problem with having the tree lighting ceremony on the first Monday in December, which is, we were all going to be here, and the tree lighting ceremony is going to be over there. And it was fine when my first year, it was the same day, and they had the tree lighting ceremony, and then everyone just went into City Hall and had the council meeting, but it doesn't work like that anymore.
Especially if we're running 3 hours.
Yes, it's true. So, that's a practical matter, regardless of when the parade is.
That we can move the date.
I mean, that's, I'm just.
It's not fixed.
It's not.
Boys, you said you only have access to 6 floats. How many floats would we normally have?
16, 17.
16,
I think one year they sold 18.
I don't know that you would call it a parade if you only had 6.
If you only have 6 floats, then it's
That's a
our
conflict.
75th.
You could make
professional floats. Yeah, let's
you can make floats like we did when I was
Well,
in
y'all
high
saw
school.
Paint Town this year. They were amazing. They made their in the shop. But it's professional floats. And there's no other, I've looked into other companies, and that's just not a lot of access to.
I don't want to get in the habit of changing the date just because the float business is dictating when we do it.
Boys, I totally hear you. This is just one of those things.
I get it. Listen, I mean, here's the thing. We have it on a Tuesday, December 3rd. And we'll get 6 floats. Or we have it on December 4th, and we get 16, and we have more of a parade. We can do 6.
How does that whole process work with securing floats? So you have applicants in town who say, we want one of the contracted floats versus doing our own, like a truck and trailer type thing.
They they pick their float online on our website, and they pay, and then they get that float.
So there's no funding, well, there wouldn't be any funding from Mont Cross that comes.
No, they pay for their float, and that is not a moneymaker for the chamber.
Sure.
But they do pay for their float.
And that's typically $2,500?
No, it's $700 to rent the
Oh.
float. And it's $800 if you want a generator, and it's $850 if you want a generator and some utility. And 3 items. At $75 a piece.
Right, so this is for information.
This is for information.
For us to take up and consider.
Does Chief Falls have any input on the date or the time change that's been proposed?
I definitely am agreeable to the time. We actually sat and met after this. They had a meeting, and then I ended up coming in on the tail end of it, and they explained to me everything, and I'm completely okay with.
And you
It
prefer
would
that 3 o'clock?
definitely help us with the traffic, getting everybody out and everything. Plus, the other thing to consider, businesses couldn't open back up, but they can't open back up until the street sweepers and all the city workers clean. It's not just us getting traffic going.
Right.
The job continues until the streets are clean and stuff, where the businesses can open back up. So 30 minutes don't seem like a lot, but when you're stuck in traffic and we have all these billboards and all of the things that we do, precursors to everything that we plan ahead months ahead for, 30 minutes is a lot when you have 30 complaints calling you about not being able to get through Belmont.
Sure. I remember the first parade, and I was walking back to my car, and a gentleman in a lawn maintenance truck was yelling to no one in particular, who the F has a Christmas parade on a Tuesday afternoon. Merry Christmas to you. The city of Belmont.
For 75
For 70-something years.
Yeah.
There's no other business in the flute business?
Do we have some trailers we can use? Seriously.
Belmont football, we submit how many, like 11 trailers every year?
Uh-huh.
We have a ton of kids, so
Yeah.
we have a truck and a trailer hauling each team. So, I mean, we submit 11 to 15 trailers every year.
With
for
homemade
this parade,
signs,
and we
homemade
make our
signs.
own float. Yeah.
I'm not in favor
I
of
mean,
having
we
a
can-
parade with 6 floats.
I'm not opposed to calling and seeing if we can find another vendor that's preferable, but, I mean, I understand them.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear you too, I mean, I get it, but I also, with you, I have heard a fearful already over just this
Oh, yeah.
for my first meeting, and they're like, don't do the service to Belmont, like, I'm gonna need you to take care of this. I'm like, look, it's my first day. I'll
It's a
listen.
big one on the first day.
Welcome.
Wait till you start walking the parade and you're asked to solve city problems by the time you get to the end of the route.
I walked out the line, we got to get their questions, yeah.
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 Well, I mean, gosh, this is for information only, but like I think you can sort of sense the tenor of the discussion and I guess what we're feeling.
How are you sensing it?
Yeah, what's your senses?
Well, I just think that we'd like to see no stone left unturned, you know, or, you know, that you're willing to provide your contact information for the slew of complaints for
Yeah, 825-53. That's the chamber phone number. Call.
It's a landline, too.
Yeah, it's a landline.
All right, well, I think we've discussed this about as much as we can. Thank you for this. We'll take it under advisement. There's nothing we have to decide tonight.
Well, keep in mind, just for everyone, the action item is when the actual street closure request comes in, so that would be, well, when do you usually submit that? Like November? Well, no.
Right before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not, it's earlier.
Yeah.
It'll be earlier.
Well, we'll show them, we just won't close the street on that day. We'll close the street on Tuesday.
I'm just saying, that's where the action comes in. I guess you could do that.
But if we did have any objections, I mean, on November 20th.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think, like Richard and Jim both said, I mean, maybe we just absolutely make sure we've exhausted, I trust you boys, but just make sure we've absolutely exhausted, because this is gonna be one of those things that just pops up, that, because like I said, I've had like 10 calls just before this one meeting, and we're not even voting on it.
I wasn't even sworn in that.
Will we be competing with anybody on Wednesday?
No.
The Lord's house.
Not sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that do go to church on Wednesday nights.
Not 3. Yeah,
Not
not
at 3 o'clock.
not 3
You're
o'clock.
right.
You're right.
That's when they can get out of the parade and get to church.
Right.
No problem if we move to 3
Yeah.
on Wednesday.
I just want to gauge your interest or temperature if by chance we can find more floats and the parade ends up being that Tuesday, instead of doing the tree lighting on the Monday night, maybe another night when businesses are, is there any reason why we need to stick to the Monday night tree lighting ceremony?
Do you prefer that it happen before the parade?
Yes.
I don't think there's the tradition attached to that, that you have a parade, so I don't think, I'm not as reticent to bring that up.
And can you use more than just one vendor? I don't know if that's a dumb question, like if you're using Klein and they can only provide 6 floats, can we call Charlie's Floats and?
Valid question. The float company that the.
Charlie, you gonna be in float business?
There's a market for
Yeah,
it.
we'll call you tomorrow.
I'll be your business partner.
Only 2, and we use both. That the one that that we are currently using has given us the best service. The one before, they felt, I don't want to speak for them, but it wasn't a good move for them, because they had gone back and forth. And they being Ted and Teresa, back before COVID. So they are not recommending we use them.
Okay. And how much does the float cost again?
$700, $775,
May start a business.
$850.
But this year they made 8,000, 1,200 supply and demand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly,
Yeah.
yeah,
This may be an opportunity.
yeah.
To
Might
make
make some money.
money.
Yeah, we might make some money, yeah. All right.
All right, well, I appreciate it. Let's
Thank
go
you,
ahead
guys.
and
Thank you.
move on to our next agenda item, which is item 9, approval to continue criminalization of city ordinances. I believe Chief Rawls is going to walk us through this. We're going to air the council. I'm hoping I'll be less entertaining than that, but far back to follow it. So, Senate Bill 300. Senate Bill 300 actually took effect on December the 1st of 2021. A lot of other things took effect when this Senate Bill took place, and so those are some of the things we've worked on since and made sure we would abide by. This wasn't really high on our priority list at the time, but as time's passed, we've kind of wanted to touch back on it. So the purpose was to increase protections, training, and oversight for state and local law enforcement officers, to decriminalize non-statutory criminal offenses and violations, so just basically common law stuff. So before Senate Bill 300, the general rule is any person shall violate an ordinance of the county, the city, or metropolitan sewerage district is guilty of a misdemeanor. There's an exception for violations of ordinance relating, regulating operation of parking vehicles, which were infractions. Some ordinances provided for civil or administrative penalties instead, but most had criminal consequences. First, for certain kinds of ordinances listed in the bill, criminal or infraction penalties are now prohibited. The list of never criminal ordinances is slightly different for counties than it's for cities, but neither type of local government may impose criminal or infraction penalties for ordinances for the following. And I won't bore you with all of those, but you're more than welcome to check them out for a minute.
Well, does that deal with like the regulation of trees and
This is the one that deals with the trees, and they can't ever be criminal anymore.
the licensing of businesses and trades?
Yes, all of those, yes. They're all listed here. The second, for ordinance where criminal penalties remain possible, there are no procedural
Hey,
requirements.
Chief, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Can we go back? So go back to any ordinance regulating trees, sorry.
Oh, you want to,
Because we do have a trees day, correct? And if,
you're talking about here?
is this something that would be applied, I mean, I guess it's conditional, but what if a developer just went in and cut down the trees that they're required to do it in tree state? Could we not fine them anymore?
You can do fines, but it's just a civil penalty. For
Oh,
this,
okay.
it's just a
Okay.
misdemeanor,
Okay.
so actually,
Okay. Okay.
instead of, let me kind of sum it up for you like this. When we go out to a call and we deal with people,
Yep.
and I have someone doing the specific things that I'd like to recriminalize, they were criminal penalties, which means I can issue them a state citation where they actually have to go to court in front of a judge. But up now, since they've been decriminalized, I don't have that option. You
So
see what I mean?
basically, they flipped it.
You get a civil penalty, a fine, like for everything now.
Yeah.
So what I've done is I've taken a list of ordinances that we think pertains to us, relatable to us, that maybe give us a little bit more option. We're not saying that you recriminalize any of these, that we're gonna go out tomorrow and try to write everybody a ticket for it and then take them to court. That's not what we want. But what we want to do is have the ability to charge someone criminally if we want to. It has a little bit more bite to it versus just a civil penalty.
And it seemed like it sort of flipped. Like before, the presumption was there are criminal penalties attached unless the municipalities say otherwise. Now, after the Senate bill, it's presumed that the criminal penalties do not attach to the ordinances unless the cities specifically say that they do.
Right, exactly. But for me to get them recriminalized, I have to have your blessing.
Right.
Yep, okay.
I'll get into that a little bit more in a minute. So, both cities and, both counties and cities now may attach misdemeanor infraction penalties to ordinances only if the local government specifies in the ordinance. So that, I have to actually put it in the ordinance, the specifics that says I can charge you with misdemeanor. And I have, we've done that. We basically, with the draft ordinance that I put in your packet. Further, no ordinance specifying criminal penalty may be enacted at the meeting in which it was first introduced, unless there's 2/3 of all members to a vote to adopt.
So that's when we were talking about 2 readings.
Yes.
So if we, depending on this vote, if it's unanimous, that's it. If it's like 3-2 or something like that, then we'd have to do another reading.
Exactly. Okay. So third, Senate Bill 300 added a new subsection 14-4, which provides a person may not be found reasonable or responsible or guilty of a local ordinance violation, punishable pursuant to the subsection. So basically, for the misdemeanor violations, when tried for that violation in court, person produces proof of compliance with local ordinance to the following. So it's basically saying these 2 are exceptions to it, so you could possibly get out of it. No new alleged violations of the local ordinance within 30 days from the date of the initial alleged violation. The person provides proof of good faith to seek assistance to address the underlying factors related to unemployment, homelessness, mental health, or substance abuse that might relate to the person's ability to comply with the local ordinance. So if they're having a hardship, then most likely there's a possibility that they wouldn't apply to them. They could actually just go away, get dismissed. And so the big picture, the big picture is pretty clear. Previously, ordinances violations were presumptively criminal. Now some ordinance violations can never be criminal, while others are presumptively not criminal, but may still be criminalized if the county or city specifies that in the ordinance. Justice Smith with the North Carolina School of Government wrote, "It is reasonable to infer the General Assembly wanted to rein in what it saw as the overuse of criminal penalties to enforce local ordinances." One argument made in the national conversation about overcriminalization is too many minor activities made criminal, and that it's not efficient, effective, and fair to address this activity through criminal justice system. Crimes such as panhandling, sleeping in public, were thought to criminalize homelessness when those issues should be handled through social needs. So what it was is there was places, not here, there were places around the country that were enacting different local ordinances to deal with these things in a different manner, making it a crime. So since December 1st of 2021, the Dalton Police Department evaluated all decriminalized city ordinances, and in turn, a few needed to be recriminalized. The staff, based on its recommendations of frequency of incidents, more options for officers as it relates to enforcement action, as well as public safety in general. Staff recommends recriminalizing certain ordinances in Chapter 73, 95, 96, and 130. And just please consider this my request to recriminalize the ones that's in the draft ordinance. And if you've looked at them in your packet, none of the ones that we would like to have recriminalized deal with any of the things that
we spoke about.
So basically, some you can't recriminalize because of the law. Others you're choosing not to. There's more, obviously a lot more ordinances than the ones in the packet, but these are the ones that you've selected based on your rationale, frequency, seriousness. These are the ones. Others, we assume they either can't be or they won't be recriminalized.
You can, but I think it's based on what you are dealing with at the time. Like, Charlotte, I've looked at some of the different agencies or cities and municipalities that recriminalize things, and it's basically a foot whatever they're dealing with at the time, as long as it don't deal with what we talk about with the homeless.
I mean, I'm certainly happy to take your recommendation, and if in the future you think additional ordinances need to be recriminalized, of course, we can revisit that at that time.
I would agree with that. I think that's, it's part of the reason you see so many of our great cities around the country just went sideways because they don't punish small crimes, and small crimes become big crimes.
It gives us options, and you have officer discretion. We're not going out and, every situation is different, so.
But you want to have those arrows in your quiver.
It gives us the option to take care of a situation. It has a little bit more. When you tell somebody, hey, I can take you to jail for this, versus I'm gonna give you a $50 fine, they have a tendency to listen a little bit better.
This doesn't have anything to do with the discussion here, but it did catch my eye. Section 96.03, it's just one of the things that you struck as recriminalizing, parking restrictions on property on Park Drive.
That probably
can break that out separately as a specific street where parking is.
Is that Davis Park?
That's Davis Park, the pickleball, tennis courts, all that stuff. We had ongoing stuff there for a long, long time. And the ordinance was created for it, but then it decriminalized. So it is something that was an ongoing thing with parking on the streets and blocking driveways and that, which I think that situation has been rectified, but who knows if it'll come back up in the future.
Yes, you saw in your slide something about panhandling. Now, is that something that can or cannot be recriminalized?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay, let me ask you why. Because I ran into somebody in Rose's parking lot who I would say was a very aggressive panhandler. Now, my recourse was to just walk away eventually. I mean, he followed me and kept going on and on about it. I was able to get some separation and just leave. But if it escalates, if you've got a very aggressive panhandler, maybe somebody under the influence of some substance, if it's not criminalized, what is your recourse to deal with a situation like that?
Well, if it's in a parking lot, I don't, other than trespassing, we really can't deal with the panhandling aspect of it because that law was actually repealed and what deals with panhandling. So the only way that I can deal with panhandlers in the public setting is if they're not on a PVA, public vehicle or area or private property. If they're in the roadway, say, okay, so we dealt with this up in the Rose's parking lot and all that when the road comes out to Park Street. If they're actually in a road that's a city or state maintained highway and they're actually, being overbearing and they're actually stepping out into the roadway and blocking traffic at a red light when the red light's green and someone's not going, they're out there and they actually walk into the street. When they actually walk into the street, that's when I can charge them. But if they're just standing there, that law is actually repealed, so I really don't have any recourse for that. And then the permitting part, you used to be able to go for solicitation around residents to the municipalities. You used to be able to go get a permit at City Hall for $10, whatever the organization charged. That law got repealed too, so there's no permit that you can get anymore for those type of things, for the solicitation going door to door. So that's why we still deal with those calls and we still try to, reconcile the situation and there's certain.
But you can't charge them.
Can't charge them. They took a lot of that away from us for certain reasons, unbeknownst to me. But as far as the panhandling, in some ways we can still deal with it, just not criminally. The trespass law really helps a lot, and we have a lot of support from businesses and other places, even commercial. So.
All right. So, any other questions on this?
Motion to approve is presented.
All right, motion. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Thank you, Chief.
And just
you.
For clarification, Parks, because it was unanimous, we do not need a second.
Correct. All right, we are now at item number 10, City Rec Center mid-year review.
Good afternoon, we're here to give an updated report on the midterm for the Recreation Center. And I'm taking out to you information that I don't even have now, because I gave all out. Sorry about that, just miscalculated. Right here, you have the newsletter. We get out the quarterly newsletter with all our events and all our dates and all the programming in here. And you can just review this newsletter at your leisure time. But we get this out, like I say, every quarter. It's available by copy and also online at cityofbama.org. And then the second part of this is the some of the achievements that we've done in the 6 months of having the rec center. And I'll just go through a few of these items since we pressed the time here a little bit. You can see our memberships. We have about over 1,600 members right now in that 6 month time frame. Our basketball program, you see, it went from 250 participants last year to up to 272 this year. We're presently doing 372. We're currently doing practices with those teams now. That's about 45 teams that's participating now. We did not have adult basketball last year. We currently have 5 teams. I don't know how many is on each team, but we're getting ready to start that. Those games will be played on Wednesday nights. Our spring dance, in the spring we had 61 participants. Now we're up to 90-some participants, 89 in that. So we are progressing as we move along, add more and more participants every time that we do a program. Our senior program, we went from 30 participants to up to 70 participants. And I was just amazed last week when we had the Recreation Center open due to school being out. We had 272 people come to the rec center that day. And I was so pleased. It was packed, and our staff did a great job at handling that number of people. So we're trying to implement new programming. It's going to be the great people in there on a daily basis like that. So our rec center has been open up on the 6 months, but we're really doing better and better each month so we can see what the citizens want to see. And that's why we have some of these new programming down here. Kind of jumping. We've implemented the Zumba class, the senior dance team. Our senior dance team, they go around to the senior homes and do programs and skits for those people, and those seniors really enjoy that. Both our participants that doing the program and also those people that's at the home. Kind of gives them kind of a little caveat to meet with the people and have a little bit of socialization with those guys. So that's a great program. I really love that. Our Kids Night Out program, that just gives parents a time to bring the kids by the shop, by the rec center. They go do their shopping and whatever they got to do for a couple of hours. So it gives the parents a little bit of free time. And the holiday event went very well. That's where we had Santa Claus come last week, and that was a pretty good event too. So we're trying to, and our breast cancer went very well. We had, I think, about 40 participants in our walk for that. We did walk around the rec center in there for that. So we are implementing new programs based on the needs of what the community wants. So we're going to be getting out more flyers and more surveys and talking to the residents, see what kind of programs we're going to implement. And once we get that number, we'll be sending an RFQ to try to solicit some of those vendors to come out and teach some of those classes for us. So we're going to be doing that probably sometime in January. Is putting out an RFQ for things like gymnastics for the tennis program, somebody needs a meditation class. So different kind of classes that people are interested in, we're trying to bring those to the rec center. So that's what basically this sheet really consists of. And the last thing I have is on this number 8, for the revenue recovery. Normally it's about 20 to 25% that's required for kind of nationwide for the recreation centers, recreation departments try to bring in. they'd be able to recoup some of that money. So you guys can just take a look at that. And I'll let Jared here, he did the
One
numbers.
quick question for you, Jared. That Kids Night Out program, was that a one-time thing, or are you guys doing that regularly? How often?
We'll be doing that on a regular basis based on, when school is out, so we kind of looking at the calendar when school is out, and we'll be having more programs like that. And we also going to try to contact homeschoolers, we try to do something with them. So we try to reach out to every different area, the family, every college students, we try to reach out to everybody, seniors, just everybody that we can be able to participate. Right now, our down hours right now, we're trying to, it's from 11 to 3 p.m. We're trying to fill those hours with more participants, and that's going to be the home moms and homeschoolers and the seniors that we're going to try to target. So we are targeting specific areas to be able to bring more people into the rec center. But it is picking up, and it does. A couple of months ago, it did not look like a rec center, but now it's swarmed with people. We have practicing tonight. I went over there, people over there. There was a lot of people over there. So we got great participation, and more people are hearing about the rec center and coming to be involved with it. So it is working out after just only 6 months. So I'll let Jared come up and talk about.
Just one quick question before we just get the number side of it. Are we still tracking with the AAU ball and league play?
We opened up the rec center back in June as a soft opening, so we haven't implemented any kind of terms yet. We're getting ready to hopefully kick out something in March or April with that. That'll be your AAU basketball and also AAU volleyball, and we're also looking into pickleball tournaments also. So we're trying to get out of that soft managed stage and actually going full blast now with all those programs and all those tournaments. And we'll be getting that something to y'all for be able to review in the next coming 2 council meetings. We actually got to put something out either next month prior to council to make approval on, because the word's out now. I'm getting all kinds of emails about going to other towns for different terms, so we need to get our face out there as soon as possible.
If everyone else on council agrees to it too, I have this as one of my notes, Miles. I mean, can we add this to the retreat discussion topics or the rec center? I have a few emails to you that I want to bring up about it, but because I'm also curious, to Richard's point, is when we start that, because that was a big potential revenue. And I know the intent was never for this place to pay for itself. It's a service to the city.
Right.
But that was a big kind of catch to the facility itself, is that there would be some revenue coming from the rentals, the renting possibility.
And we can do that. And, you know, the facility's a nice facility. We have a bunch of towns that come in with our facility. They say how nice it is. So we'll be able to compete with the Rock Hills, not on a big basis like that, but we will be able to do something with that, bring in some tournaments and stuff. And we just have to figure out how we're going to be able to have the general public use it while we're having the tournaments also. So downstairs right now will be for the tournaments, and upstairs will be for the pool to be able to utilize the walking track and things like that. And it's going to be based on the number of teams that we have. Right now we can do 30 teams, and we do a Saturday, Sunday tournament. But we only do 20 teams, I believe, 1 court open. But the schedule can be flexible. We can be able to utilize some people come in and play basketball, like say for free play, and plus have a tournament also. So it's ways around all of that. So we are working on that. And we will have something in place, and we can discuss at the retreat. Okay. And Jared's going to talk about the numbers.
He's got it on his head.
Yeah. So obviously any programming specific questions are going to need to be directed at ZIP, but I can certainly address any questions you may have related to the income statement that I compiled through 12/31.
Okay.
Yeah.
You might have just answered it there. You said through, so what is the period, because it doesn't specifically say.
So fiscal year period, so 7/1, basically since inception, since it opened.
Thank you. And then when we're looking at the salaries and benefits, that's prorated to that particular, those months. That's not annualized or anything.
So
6 months, basically.
Yeah, 6 months of salaries and benefits related to positions that are directly related to the rec center. So I met with Zip, and he told me the employees of which are directly correlated to the rec center. There was one that we included at 50% just because she was already here before, but a lot of her time is spent over there. But that is what that number. So that's not Parks and Recreation salaries and benefits in total. That is what is directly related to that rec center.
Okay, so annualize, I mean, is it fair to look at this from an annual, just the expense component, I guess?
Yeah, so you can extrapolate that. If you want to multiply that by 2, you can. The one caveat to that is going to be debt service.
Right.
We made a
Because we got the 185.
Yeah, that's just interest. We're going to have a $980,000 principal payment along with an additional payment that's going to hit in June of this year.
Where are we as it pertains to the budget, I guess is where, because I remember when we were talking about the budget last year, the concern was is we weren't putting enough expenses in there for the rec center. That was brought up a few times. How are we pacing to the budget from the plan that we?
Yeah, so all this is funded through the general fund in the Parks and Recreation Department. As far as a percentage of the year and costs, we're right on track. We budgeted effectively there.
But didn't we, I'd have to look back, but we specifically called out a line item number. Now, maybe it might have been a pie in the sky of what we thought we would be spending on this.
There's not a line item specific for recreation center costs. This is all blended into our general ledger. So in order to arrive at these numbers, I met with Zip and we basically combed through the entire general ledger and said, all right, which costs are directly associated with the rec center? And that's how I came up with those figures.
Okay.
So for example, some of that building maintenance is in Parks and Recreation building maintenance line item. I just pulled it out to give you a snapshot of what it's actually costing for the rec center.
Because when we're looking at the budget, it's including this building, it's including city, it's including everything.
Now that may be something we could consider in this next budgeting season is.
That's where I was going to.
Yeah.
I think it might be prudent to do that and break it out because you and I am about.
Yeah. Well, especially now that we have live data and we're tracking it like this, and I can actually continue to track this with Zip, so that when we start budgeting and we start looking at this, we can actually see associated costs and then pull those numbers out of professional services, building maintenance, salaries and benefits. We can extrapolate that and put it into recreation center costs if we so choose. It's still going to fall under the Parks and Rec budget. Yeah.
But I think separating it would be helpful
Sure.
to understand.
Start ramping up.
Well, just remember one thing, is we implement more tournaments, more programming, and all those things, features. Yep, you said it right. So we're gonna be bringing more to the table with programming and more tournaments and more things like that.
But that's why we
So the
need
revenue's gonna come up.
that's why we need to understand it from a separate perspective, because the other thing we were unsure of is our fees correct? I mean, that was one of the larger questions we had, is the fee structure.
This is what prompted this update, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, so
are you saying fee structure as far as what the residents need to pay?
Well, just any and all.
In general.
Rental fees. Like my impression was, we weren't sure we were putting the fees at the right level. Especially, I think they were approved almost at the moment the center opened.
In May.
Yes, and so the concern was, did we set these too? I was more concerned if we set them too low. I don't know, but I mean that's just sort of I want to make sure we can recoup what we can recoup, and that we're not just pulling numbers out of thin air. That there's some rationale for what we're doing, and that we're generating a certain amount of money, and not just like, well, I think it should be this, I think it should be that.
Well, the danger now is, the horse is out of the barn.
Yes.
Come back here too, you get a 50% membership fee increase.
But not with the rentals. I think the rentals was the biggest opportunity.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, when we were looking at the budget for potential revenues coming in. We had always kicked around a low fee for the residents because the taxes are already paid.
Right.
It's these tournaments and things like that that are coming in,
For meeting room.
which was what was going to start generating potential high, well, I say high, but some revenue.
Well, if council wants to, I'm going to go ahead and start the process over again and do researches for other municipalities are doing and bring that back to you, maybe at the retreat.
I think we should do a deep dive at the retreat on comparison municipalities, just for like all the room rentals, plus whether we're gonna take this tournament idea and have a third party like manage it, or whether we have like staff manage it, and then in turn see
That was
like,
one of my
like how much it actually will cost us if we manage in-house versus the revenue that we'll receive, and
right now, we don't know that at all. So I'd be cautious to say that, we're planning on, getting a tournament out there like March or April until you all see the data.
Right.
And, at the retreat. So, right now, it's just for like information purposes only. Here's a snapshot of our finances. We're not asking for direction to do an AAU tournament for volleyball or basketball this time until we get a little bit further along. And then to prepare, let you all see, hey, here's what it kind of looks like for us if we want to manage that.
Like options,
Yeah.
Because again, that was gonna be another point I was gonna email you about, is what does it look like from a privatizer perspective?
Right.
Because again, this is always gonna be a loss leader for us as a city, it's just how much are we willing to stomach on losing.
And are we leaving money on the table?
Correct.
That could be,
Yeah,
because we don't know one way or the other what a reasonable rental is.
All right, well, let me just throw out here, I mean, with that said, I mean, we're at the point of conjecture right now. So you made your presentation, we'll take this up at the retreat.
Yes, sir.
I mean, if there's anything pertinent to go forward with, we receive the information and we'll develop that and hear more from staff at the retreat. I mean, not to rush the issue, but it's getting close to 10 o'clock.
Yes.
We don't want to chase the theoreticals right now.
Yeah. But I also, along the same lines, what Jared was talking about, just with keeping tabs on it in the overall budget process too. Like my biggest fear is that there's like an unpleasant, like, oh my God, there's this huge shortfall or there's not, we anticipated X revenue and we only got this, so the expenses are way above what we anticipated, and now what are we gonna, I just don't want any unpleasant surprises.
Sure, but we also consider that this is a general fund function, but we're likely never going to get the revenue to offset the expenses that this is going to incur over the years.
It's not a profit center.
no, and I think we all understand that, but we also need to understand that the council itself doesn't have the appetite to continuously raise taxes. We need to understand how much this thing's costing us, because once you stop raising taxes, potentially you're gonna have to start cutting services.
Sure.
So this needs to be isolated as a potential
Understood. And we'll track it as such.
And just a reminder, when council has lowered taxes the past how many years?
2 years.
2 years. So.
Tax rate.
Tax rate. Tax rate. So that goes to fund this project.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, Jared, I think you're nominated. All right, our last item, finance control policies.
Yeah, so this one is just direct correlation to the grants policy that we drafted in coordination with the city manager. What this really does is it gives staff guidance on procedures and processes surrounding grants, not just seeking grants, but administering grants. So it really gives us a backbone and a spine by which we do this. It coincides with our budget, it coincides with our strategic planning, it also coincides with our audit and compliance testing. So all of this is just really good stuff that it's much needed in our department.
I have some grammatical and
Sure.
edits and stuff. I'll just give those to you.
Okay.
They're nothing substantive except for one definition of an ordinance I can understand. But beyond that, I'll just give you my changes.
Jared, under the city departments section, it says department heads and their staff are responsible for generating funding ideas, helping to identify funding opportunities, et cetera, et cetera. Do all the departments currently have someone in charge of researching grant opportunities like Parks and Rec? Or
Some do. So, like for example, ZIP coordinates with the representative with Part F for grant funding for the recreation center. I think Tiffany's involved in some. I know the police has some with Victoria. Tyler Graham handles some, but this is just so we do have it in place. But this is actually giving it a framework and a structure that says it is required. It helps me, especially on the reconciliation side, because in the back, you may or may not look at it, but in the back of our audit report every year, we have a schedule of expenditures of federal and state awards. And I have to reconcile those dollars, and depending on how much we spend determines the type of audit that we're going to have, the compliance testing associated with it. So being able to track these dollars, track the compliance requirements associated with which, and a lot of times the departments know more about the specifics of the grants than I do. I'm just worried about the dollars, right? Yeah. So having that in place and having that go-to person that I can talk to for each department or whoever's administering the grant is going to be really helpful for me on both the front end for the application process and on the reconciliation and compliance piece on the back end.
All right, are there any other questions on the finance control policies? Okay, with that, I'm entertaining a motion to approve and adopt the grants policy.
I'll make a motion.
Second. All right, motion and second, all in favor? All right, motion passes.
So is that contingent on his edits, or how does it?
I'll just give them, they're not substantive.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our agenda. We are now at reports. Other than the manager's report, I would guess that you all can read those at your leisure unless there's anything specific within that that you want to highlight at this time. All right, now to the manager's report, if there is one.
I don't have one.
I don't have one. All right, then we'll move into other business, and I'll begin to my right with Alex.
All right, so, a few things, I'll try not to be too long. First of all, thank you to, again, all staff, Main Street, Police, Fire, Public Works. All the events leading up through Christmas were awesome, they were great, so big shout out to all of y'all, I do appreciate it. We were driving home New Year's Eve, and I could tell that the Belmont Police Department was quite busy that night, so again, appreciate you guys and everything y'all did that night. Just real quick, because it was brought up to my attention, and Miles, and I know it was brought up to you as well, leaf collection limbs. I don't know if there's a way that we can do better type of marketing, because this seems to be something that just constantly gets brought up in regards to the piles just being left out for like days and days and days. So I don't know if there's anything we can research in regards to try to mitigate some of that, because it does become an eyesore. I know it's a few neighborhoods, generally larger lot neighborhoods, Glenmere, Belmead, and so, and those are the ones that I've seen visibly. So maybe if we could just do something in regards to that. I am curious because I haven't heard anything, and if it's for a future discussion, we can postpone it to them, but the technology as it pertains to the council chambers in regards to getting the upgrade, I believe we had talked about that a couple months ago in regards to what we were going to do, and I hadn't heard anything since then. And I do, from my wife as well, because she watches this, I get a lot of feedback from the residents that it's very hard to hear us, it's very hard to watch this online, so, and I believe some of the folks in person also have had issues, at least what they tell me. So I was just curious.
Yeah, that's part of the Council Dias construction project,
Yep.
which is probably 99% ready for bid, I believe, that we're almost ready to go out to bid, I believe. I'm looking at staff back there, but, so we met with the architect before, Bill Carroll left, and, discussed like, the size of the riser, some difficulties above the ceiling, and then also with the AV equipment. And so now we're just ready to bid it out. So once we get it bid out, then, it'll probably get worse before it gets better, as we move through that project.
Okay.
And that's budgeted this fiscal year.
I knew we did something, but I remember Bill said something to me in passing before he left, and then he left. Again, congrats to the police officers and then the three folks from the Main Street program on their awards. Definitely well deserved. Congrats to Kathryn Lewis again. Very glad to have you. You're going to be a great asset to the community. And then, Miles, when do you want our retreat items by? Yesterday.
So they put a deadline, I believe, it's not a council update, but, I don't recall a date at the moment. So just
I think
something
it was
when
the
you,
10th.
I thought it was the 10th. Yeah, just.
Of this month, correct?
Yeah.
That's what I thought it was, because I've got
Okay, good, yeah. Call me, text me, email me, and then I'll, get those together, formulate the list, and get the mayor to actually set the agenda.
Okay, perfect. And then finally, I mean, I don't know, you already gave an update, so I don't really need an update, but I mean, maybe we just try to be as transparent as possible in the Chronicle Mill situation. I did notice the news crew was here tonight. I didn't know that they were coming, but I'm assuming that's going to air something, so. But regardless, I know you guys have done your due diligence on that, and I appreciate y'all's fast acting when stuff happens. And I'd be curious to look at that as it pertains on the CIP list and where maybe that project as well. Other than that, I'm done. Thank you.
So I'll be quick. Thank you to Kathryn for throwing your name in the hat, and congratulations, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you. Alex pretty much touched on everything I was going to talk about, but I really want to echo what he said. Thank you to every single person that had a hand in all the events during the holiday season. Belmont looked amazing. I thought a lot of those events went off really well. Mainly the tree lighting, the Christmas parade, the Christmas village. I thought all of that looked really, really good. And I want to thank every single person that had a hand in that, big and small. I know it takes a village. I really thought it went well. I can't wait to see what you guys do next year. And other than that, that's about all I got.
Oh, well, yes, I also want to welcome Kathryn. I bet you're excited about everything, but I assure you not every meeting lasts until 10 o'clock.
They all
Only about half or more. But welcome. We're glad you're here and that we're at a full complement, and look forward to working with you. I know at our last meeting we talked about the Chronicle Street parking lot, and we were going to get some further information. I think we tabled it to tonight's meeting, and obviously there were a lot of other agenda items, but you know, that's still floating out there. In terms of the Chronicle Mill, I agree with Alex. I mean, I feel like there's only so much we can do, but I'd like to do what we can do to help those residents. It sounds like maybe some of the problem might be from the management company, that maybe information is being provided to them and then they're not providing it to the residents. I don't know what we can really do about that. Or, you know, again, it seems like there's been some issues with the adjusters, and I do think we can, as I think Alex suggested, at least make sure that they're appreciative of the urgency of the situation. Maybe if we can get a little update of that notice of discharge of untreated wastewater, I think that we were sent out, because I got some feedback on. I think there was a news story about that. Belmont dumps 10,000 gallons.
Well, there generally always is.
Yeah.
You guys have to.
But I know that they have to do that. Was there any, repercussions or anything super? Is that just?
Jonathan, do you have any update on that at all?
Nothing formal. It was unfortunately just an overflow of a sanitary lift station, which resulted in raw sewage spilling out of the ground.
And that was during, I think, the heavy rain event that we had that weekend, so that did occur.
That's a good. I know when Bill Carroll was here, we talked about it being at like stage 0 or stage 1 for the drought. Is that?
It's still the same stage. We got a notification today that we're at that stage currently. We hadn't come out of it even with the rain.
It started coming down, they're letting water out further down. It's continuing low.
And then the last thing, and I've talked about this with Miles, but if we could get a stop sign at Flannery and Rural Village Circle, that's like right outside my neighborhood. It's like it was a stub out, and nobody put a stop. It's a T intersection, but nobody put a stop sign anywhere. So it's just sort of like.
Don't we just vote on that? Because I remember when Courtney gave a presentation, can't we just vote on adding a stop sign and then it's added?
Well, I
think so. I think we just put it up because there's no stop sign there currently, and there needs to be because it's at like a T intersection.
And it's like a cul-de-sac on the other side, but there, even today when I was on my way, there was a car coming, and I'm like, well, I better see whether this guy turns or not before I go. So I think there should be it was just a stub out for so long that when they finally connected it, I think the people that built Stowe Point are long since gone. They're not going to put it there.
I did put that request in to staff, and we're working on that. Sometimes it takes whatever when you have to call the, what is it, 411? Is it 811?
I think it's
811. 811 number to look at utilities and things like that. So I'll check back up and see where we're at.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
I just want to thank you guys for this opportunity. You definitely broke me in tonight. for my first meeting. It's been interesting, I've enjoyed being here, but, I do have one thing, and I'm not sure the rules and how this all works just yet. The light at Harris Teeter, R.L. Stove and Central, the turning light, it never turns green, and I had a citizen, my dear friend Charnel McCullough, she asked if we could get that light to turn green, because it's just a yellow blinking caution turning light. And so I personally have been in almost 3 wrecks because of that. And then when you have the runners going across, it's dicey. So I do think that we need some kind of green light at some point to let through traffic go, because otherwise people are just shooting straight, turning through Harris Teeter, cutting through, and jumping.
You're talking about going south.
Going towards, so you got South Point High School on the right.
You'd be making a.
I know what you're talking about, because I've never seen a green on that.
And it's kind of aggravating, so
Yeah.
I just feel like we need to get a green
And there's a
arrow
very
at some
short, it's a
point.
very short turn lane there, and so people will jump out of traffic, the through traffic, to get into the turn
Right,
lane.
and when you're trying to make it and you're zooming and then there's a pedestrian running across, I mean, I've almost hit somebody.
I
And
actually
it's
had
not
this-
because, it's because I'm watching 2 different ways at one time, and
That's
it's
one
not
of the items
ideal.
on, we have a transportation advisory committee meeting tomorrow, that's one of the items that we spoke.
You're sitting in the right seat, the former occupant of that chair also
I
frequently
was
discuss
thinking the same
the
thing.
timing of signals around there.
There you go.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yes, but Jason's right, I mean, we take it up with DOT, and hopefully they can.
Yeah, it's a major hazard.
Martha used to call
Yeah.
I'm not above it.
First off, again, I'd like to echo my colleagues' thanks to the DVDA, police, fire, public works, everybody that had a hand in all the holiday festivities. I did think it was a great reflection of the city. It was all very professionally done. A lot of the social media additions, I enjoyed seeing that, and the promotions of our downtown businesses through the holidays. I think that was big. I'd like to see that just kind of continue, perhaps not at the same pace, may not be able to, but I think that was great exposure for our businesses. So thank you for that. Congratulations to our award recipients tonight with the police and with Main Street. Congratulations to Kathryn, our colleague. Appreciate your passion for this town and your experience, and I think you're going to be a great addition to council, so thank you. And then lastly, Miles, I drove down 6th Street again today. Do we have any update on when those speed bumps may be resurfaced and restriped?
That's a great question. I know that we checked in a couple times and that they were going to restripe them. I don't know about the resurfacing part, if they were going to restripe them.
Because they're kind of deteriorating too.
I know that we were going to restripe them, but I'll check to see if we'll resurface them as well. Let me check on that.
Thanks, that's all I have.
All right, I just would like to welcome Councilwoman Lewis. Congratulations. Also thank the PD and Main Street for what they do, and those that were recognized this evening. One question I have, the lift station where we had the issue, is that something that needs an upgrade, or is it something that's just going to be overwhelmed regardless?
Which particular lift station?
The one that was overwhelmed that produced the 9,000 gallon discharge.
No idea. I can check on it.
Okay.
I think that's something, because we worry about that potentially happening again.
Well, the reason I asked, I was reading something online, I don't know if it has any merit or not, but they said sometimes it's cheaper just to continue to pay the fines than to upgrade the lift station. So I need some clarity.
Once
You got a lot of
Charlotte
collaborators
collaborative,
here though.
once we move to this regionalization, I know we'll still have lift stations, but that should take some of the strain and pressures, I think, off of that, right? Didn't we talk about this before?
I have a vague memory, but the specifics, I can't recall.
Jim's.
No, I'm just like, by this point, we've probably talked about everything before.
All right, and one other, we do have a CIP list with a lot of things that we can address on that. I would hope the $10 million we received from the state, we've already got a CIP list put together for these projects, is that we can hopefully address some of those and move through those rather rapidly. And that's all I have, so I would entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, I know y'all ready to go, but I do have one more thing. In East End, sorry.
Welcome.
Sorry.
We all do this.
I a couple things that popped in my head and I didn't jot them down. East End, you've got, I had to pull it up on my phone, you've got House Street. Are y'all familiar with House Street? Okay, and then as you're going through House Street, there's a Howe Court.
Yep.
That is, I have a couple people that live on Howe Court that are continuously not getting their mail because it's getting delivered to House Street. I'm not sure if we can do something about that. I grew up on Gaston Avenue, and then we had, if you're familiar, Gaston Extension, but you guys changed it to what now? Ethan Lane, across the street on Central. So I'm not sure if we have authority to do something like that, or how we would change Howe Street, keep Howe Street and change Howe Court, because it's just a very small, you've got 5 houses on Howe Court.
Is it a city or state, and I guess it's.
Yeah, I've never thought about like renaming that street, I suppose. I want to make sure that the residents there are all.
Well, they're the ones that messaged me about it, the one on Howe Court.
Is that what they suggest? Like they said, let's change. Okay.
They would just prefer something different because, like I said, they have a lot of delivery issues. And then,
Kathryn Court, there we go.
Oh, I don't like Richard Turner Place.
Lewis Lane.
Is that something, I'm guessing that's within our prerogative to the city street changes?
It is, just past experience, people don't think through all of this. It's a pain to change the street with people that live there. There's a lot more to it.
Sure.
You think about all the things you have to change, license and mailing, and there's a whole lot to it. So just make sure they're thinking through all that you'll have to do in this work. But you can change the street.
I think you have to look through all the residents. We lived in it from mine.
I would assume.
Because they're on Lane Holler.
Yeah, okay. Well, Boyce actually lived on Gaston Extension. And when she was living there, it got changed to Ethan. But it's not here nor there. Yeah, they can come and let us know if they want a street change, but I thought I would bring it to you.
It's probably not just the postal service, it's probably like the Amazon and
DoorDash, all of it.
Oh, and just for those that have been spending all night with us instead of doing other things, I do have, I'm happy to report that I have some college basketball scores. Wake Forest 84, Boston College 78, and North Carolina 70, Pittsburgh 57.
I appreciate that. Charlie, you can appreciate that.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.